Chapter 117. 1 year was up and it was the appointed time for Li Fuqin and Liao Tianjun. On this day, there were plenty of inner sect disciples gathered around the Fengyun stage. Most of them were here to spectate the duel between Li Fuqin and Liao Tianjun. There was also a small portion who came to spectate the duels of other inner sect disciples. The Fengyun stage was a square platform made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. It was rumored that the Fengyun stage was reinforced with a sturdy array. Even an Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to damage it. On the Fengyun stage, 2 inner sect disciples were in the midst of a duel. Zhou Xiaotian, you snatched my childhood sweetheart. I will not let you live under the same sky as me. Today, either you or I will be crippled. Zhang Xiaohai, do you think you are worthy of Wang Li Shimi? Since you don't know your place, then I shall let you know what it means to have no way out. The battle between the 2 inner sect disciples was extremely intense. The inner sect disciple named Zhang Xiaohai had blood on his cheek, which was left with a cut. Die! Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence burst forth as he used the soaring sword style to attack the inner sect disciple named Zhou Xiaotian. This soaring sword style was obviously at the completion stage. In a single move, the sword light was erratic and chilling, as though dozens of swords were attacking Zhou Xiaotian at the same time. Zhang Xiaohai, no wonder you dared to challenge me. It turns out that you have cultivated the soaring heavens sword skill to near major completion. Unfortunately, my soaring cloud killing slash is also near major completion. Break for me. Zhou Xiaotian let out a long howl as his sword light was like a waterfall, piercing through the sky and slicing apart Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence. Kacha! An arm fell off and was turned into a mist of blood by the sword light. Ah! Zhang Xiaohai let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. He looked at Zhou Xiaotian with a twisted expression. Zhou Xiaotian's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 level. He thought that with his sword skills at the completion stage, he would be able to fight with Zhou Xiaotian to a draw. This was the result he wanted. As for defeating Zhou Xiaotian, he didn't have much confidence. But the heavens were blind and couldn't even fulfill this small wish of his. Pointing his black iron sword at Zhang Xiaohai, Zhou Xiaotian laughed sinisterly. Don't think I will let you off just because you lost an arm. Don't worry, I will slowly sever your tendons and cripple your dantian. Then you will never be able to cultivate again. Before going on the Fengyun stage, both sides had signed the Fengyun agreement. If the opponent wasn't killed, the loser would be dealt with. For the Feng Tian, there Reverence Tian and Li, Fengyun and Li Fuqin, the Fengyun stage was Tian had was. Of course, the other party had to agree first. If the other party did not agree, no one could force him to go up. Feng of Xiao Xiao Futian. With a shake of the black iron sword, Zhou Xiaotian cut off one of Zhang Xiaohai's tendons. Zhang Xiaohai's face turned pale from the pain, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Senior brother Zhou, forget it. He is already half crippled and will no longer have the ability to challenge you in the future. Below the stage, a pretty female inner sect disciple with a round but said lightly. Since junior sister Wang Li has spoken, I will let you go. Zhang Xiaohai, take revenge on me in your next life. Ha! Zhou Xiaotian laughed and jumped off the Fengyun stage in high spirits. Zhang Xiaohai's eyes dimmed and he was sent off by an inner sect deacon. What a pity. His childhood friend was snatched away, and his arm and leg tendons were severed. His life is basically over. How can the Fengyun stage be taken lightly? Between the 2 of them, one will be crippled. That childhood sweetheart of his is really something. She actually got together with Zhou Xiaotian. I heard that someone saw them doing it in the woods. That but is so white and big. Is there such a thing? When Zhou Xiaotian is bored, we might have a chance to play. The inner sect disciples below the stage were gossiping, and their words were filthy. Although the duel was over, most people didn't leave. This caused those who didn't know to look at each other in dismay. There was still a duel on the Fengyun stage. That was the only explanation. Senior brother, who will be fighting on the Fengyun stage next? One of them couldn't help but ask. The inner sect disciple who was questioned replied with astonishment, don't you know? Today is the day of Liao Tianjun Shixiang and Li Fuchen's duel. They should be here soon. Liao Tianjun Shixiang. TSK, I heard that Liao Tianjun Shixiang progressed to the 9th level of the origin realm. This Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Interesting. First it was Zhang Shaohai, now it is Li Fuchen. These two are destined to be tragic characters. Almost no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, as the difference was too great. Zhang Shaohai and Zhou Xiaotian were only one level apart, yet he lost an arm and a leg tendon. Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun were at least 4 levels apart. They didn't think that Li Fuchen could advance 2 levels within a year. Wang Li shimmy, there are too many reckless people these days. I thought there was only one Zhang Shaohai this year, who would have thought there would be another Li Fuchen? Zhou Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer when he found out about the duel between Liao Tianjun and Li Fuchen. The female inner sect disciple named Wang Li said, I heard that this Li Fuchen once defeated Yuan Tian in the outer sect and became the outer sect's #1 disciple. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xiaotian secretly caressed Wang Li's butt and was rewarded with a roll of her eyes. He grinned and said, times have changed. I admit that he is strong in the same realm, but that is the Qi realm. Now that he is at the origin realm, everything is different. Let alone the fact that he isn't a match for Liao Tianjun, even if it is Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame after all. News of him spread very quickly. 4 months ago, Yuan Tian had already progressed to the 7th level of the origin realm. He was probably not far from the 8th level of the origin realm. It seems like this Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Wang Li was speechless. She didn't understand why there were so many people who didn't know their own limits. Zhang Shaohai was like this, Li Fuchen was like this. Look, Liao Tianjun is here. Liao Hailong is here too. That is Elder Liao Tianyun, right? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw 3 people walking over from not far away. They were Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong, and a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. He looked similar to Liao Tianjun and was an inner sect elder. Liao Tianyun, inner sect elder, 2nd level of the heaven realm. Uncle Tianjun, on the Fengyun stage, don't hold back. Liao Hailong spoke viciously. Liao Tianjun gave a conceited smile, don't worry, I won't hold back. Those who offend my Liao clan shall all go to hell. This Li Fuchen, I will let him have a taste of the most terrifying things in this world. I will let him live in fear and inferiority for the rest of his life, living in the shadow of our Liao clan. At the side, the imposing Liao Tianyun said, do not harm his life, in case he brings trouble to the Liao clan. Father, I know. Liao Tianjun nodded. Why isn't this Li Fuchen here yet? Could he be afraid and regretting it? It isn't impossible. Since he didn't sign the contract, it doesn't count. If that is the case, I will mock him every time I see him. Chapter 118. Li Shidi, although I know you have absolute confidence and certainty, but on the Fengyun stage, anything can happen. Do not be careless. Chen Fanghua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Chen Shiji, don't worry. A lion fighting a rabbit. Chen Fanghua didn't know why, but when she heard this, she immediately relaxed. Liao Tianjun, you're really pitiful. Of all the people you could have offended, you just had to offend junior brother Li, Chen Fanghua thought to herself. Li Fuchen's arrival caused the atmosphere to explode. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were rejoicing in his misfortune. 6th level of the origin realm. What capabilities does this Li Fuchen have to actually advance to the 6th level of the origin realm? One of the inner sect disciples sensed and exclaimed. What? 6th level of origin realm? Hearing this, all the inner sect disciples released their chi. He is indeed at the 6th level of the origin realm. This is impossible. He is just a normal bone frame. Isn't his cultivation speed too fast? It is comparable to a 4-star bone frame. He must have taken some forbidden medicine for this duel. That's right, he must have taken a forbidden medicine. This kind of forbidden medicine has great side effects. In the next 3 to 5 years, he can forget about advancing again. So what if he is at the 6th level of the origin realm? Liao Tianjun Shixiang is at the 9th level of the origin realm, which is 3 levels higher than him. Even though Li Fuchen's advancement to the 6th level of the origin realm shocked everyone, no one thought that Li Fuchen could defeat Liao Tianjun. Everyone believed that Li Fuchen must have consumed an exorbitant amount of forbidden medicine. A dog dares to challenge Liao Tianjun. He's simply courting death, Fang Lihai sneered from within the crowd. Li Fuchen is too rash. It was unknown when Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei had arrived near the storm platform. Gao Changtian sighed. He was very clear what kind of place the wind cloud platform was. Only one of them could walk down, the other had to be carried down. No matter where he is always the center of attention. This kind of man is really rare. A seed was planted in Wu Qingmei's heart. This seed seemed to be showing signs of germination. Yuan Shixiang, how many moves do you think Li Fuchen can withstand? On the east side of the storm platform, a small group of people was extremely eye-catching. The center of this group of people was Yuan Tian. No matter where a 5-star bone frame was, he would be the center of attention and was like the sun in the sky. In fact, if Li Fuchen had a 5-star bone frame, there wouldn't be so much criticism. Fang Lihai and Liao Hailong wouldn't have offended Li Fuchen. One had to know that any 5-star bone frame was the sect's wealth. Whoever dared to touch a 5-star bone frame was equivalent to touching the sect's foundation. Let alone the main city's city lord, even the Liao clan's upper echelons would come to question them. Yuan Tian sized up Li Fuchen and noticed that Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the origin realm. He then said, "You will lose within 100 moves." From the start, he was certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand 20 moves, and this was already overestimating him. But Li Fuchen breaking through to the 6th level of the origin realm surprised him. In his heart, he wasn't so sure anymore. 100 moves. Senior brother Yuan overestimates him. I think 10 moves is more like it. Senior brother Yuan must have his reasons for saying this. Don't embarrass yourself. Just as they were talking, a figure swept onto the storm platform. Li Fuchen, get your ass up here. Liao Tianjun shouted. Liao Tianjun, are you in such a hurry to die? Li Fuchen had a sarcastic expression. With a flash, he too skimmed onto the storm platform. What a sharp mouth you have. I will make you cry later. Liao Tianjun laughed sinisterly. I wonder who will be the one crying later. Li Fuchen retaliated. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't retaliate. But once he did, everyone found him an eyesore and felt that he was too arrogant. Those who originally had some sympathy for him immediately changed their stance and supported Liao Tianjun. They hoped that Liao Tianjun could torture Li Fuchen and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the storm platform, an inner sect deacon appeared. He frowned and seemed to find Li Fuchen an eyesore as well. Taking out a demonic beast pelt scroll, he said, "Will the two of you please sign your names? Once you sign, there are no other rules except for not killing the other party. Before you sign, you may reconsider." No need to reconsider, I will sign. Liao Tianjun signed his name on the spot. What about you? The inner sect deacon looked at Li Fuchen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Of course I will sign. Picking up the brush, Li Fuchen signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Keeping the demonic beast pelt scroll, the inner sect deacon announced, "The storm duel shall officially begin. Both of you, do your best." Finishing his statement, he turned and jumped off the storm platform. Boom! Hearing the announcement, the atmosphere in the audience heated up again. Mingyue, is this the Li Fuchen you mentioned? His cultivation progress isn't bad, but he is too high profile. His temperament is questionable. On a small hill not far away, an elder stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was an absolute beauty. Grandfather, don't be prejudiced by your first impression. I am sure that Li Fuchen isn't any inferior to a 5-star bone frame. The absolute beauty was Zhao Mingyue. She didn't agree with the elder's evaluation and argued. You are too confident. The elder laughed lightly. Just you wait and see. Zhao Mingyue was a little angry. Don't tell me you have fallen for him. As though he thought of something, the elder got nervous. He didn't wish for his granddaughter to get together with a normal bone frame. The bone frame was related to the inheritance of the bloodline. If the parents had a decent bone frame, the child's bone frame wouldn't be too bad either. If the parents had a terrible bone frame, the child's bone frame would be terrible too. His granddaughter had a 4-star purine bone frame. Such a bone frame wasn't inferior to a 5-star bone frame. Grandfather, what did you say? Zhao Mingyue was annoyed. Mingyue, tell me seriously. Do you like him? The elder had a serious expression and even had a trace of strictness. Zhao Mingyue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. That's good. The faintly discernible aura on the old man's body dissipated, and he once again returned to his previous calm and leisurely appearance. On the storm platform, Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun stood 20 meters apart. Grinning, Liao Tianjuan's imposing body exploded with a terrifying qi presence. This qi presence was like a storm that engulfed Li Fuchen. Without waiting for Li Fuchen to react, Liao Tianjun roared, Earth Scare's sword style. The Earth Scare's sword style was an extremely cruel sword style. As long as a wound was made on anyone's body, the vicious sword force would invade the body and destroy the meridians and blood vessels, causing the opponent to be in excruciating pain. When the sword was brandished, a distorted and sharp light appeared in the air. The sharp light was like a swimming fish and was extremely agile. The Earth Scare's sword qi actually appeared. Liao Tianjun Shixiang has cultivated the Earth Scare's sword style to the completion stage. How sad. Li Fuchen probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blade. He was so arrogant before the duel, but now he is probably kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 119. To reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art was extremely difficult. Even Liao Tianjun, a second-grade inner sect disciple with a 3-star bone frame, spent close to a decade to achieve it. Of course, there were even more second-grade inner sect disciples who spent 10 years and still couldn't reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Most of them were stuck at the threshold of the completion stage. Earth Scare's sword style. Li Fuchen was slightly surprised. The Earth Scare's sword style was considered one of the hardest mystic class, low-tier sword arts to cultivate. Who would have thought that Liao Tianjun could actually cultivate it to the completion stage and had a perception that exceeded a regular 3-star bone frame? What a pity. Li Fuchen shook his head. If he had merely broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm, he might not be a match for Liao Tianjun. But now, even 2 Liao Tianjuans wouldn't be a match for him. Meteor fall. The black iron sword was unsheathed and a stream of light appeared. Then it froze and no longer moved. In the next moment, there was a burst of blinding sparks. Liao Tianjun felt as though he was struck by lightning and his black iron sword almost flew out of his hand. His entire body leaned back and retreated. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, Liao Tianjun was still in control of the arena. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. The crowd couldn't even see how Li Fuchen made his move, they could only see the sparks and the flashes of light. Such a fast and terrifying blade. The crowd was flabbergasted. This was too much. Liao Tianjun was at the 9th level of the origin realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. Those who were certain that Li Fuchen couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen now felt their faces hurting, as though they were slapped 100 times. This. Gao Changtian was flabbergasted. At the side, Wu Qingmei's eyes were wide open and forgot to breathe. In her mind, she kept replaying the scene of that blade and Li Fuchen's confident look. So he wasn't bragging. Liao Tianjun was courting death by challenging him. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaotian exclaimed. Wang Li, who was beside him, looked as though she saw a ghost. Zhou Xiaotian was formidable, but compared to Liao Tianjun, he was still lacking. Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen and was forced to retreat. Impossible, how is this possible? He must be cheating. Below the stage, Liao Hailong was in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. 1 year later, his uncle Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. This was a huge blow to him and his martial Dao confidence had collapsed. Seeing his son being repelled by a single blade from Li Fuchen, Liao Tianyun narrowed his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Damn it! Why is this Liao Tianjun so useless? Fang Lihai cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated Li Fuchen even more. As the Mountain Sea City's young city lord, he was humiliated by Li Fuchen. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he had to watch Li Fuchen prosper. It was truly unbearable for him. Well done, junior brother Li. Chen Fenghua's emotions were extremely agitated and complicated. In just a short span of a year, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass Liao Tianjun, even she didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. Such a talented individual was rarely seen in the entire Zhanglan sect. Grandfather, what do you think? I told you he isn't a normal person. Zhao Mingyue was also shocked by this result as it was out of her expectations. After being shocked, she couldn't help but speak to the veteran beside her. The veteran slowly let out a breath. 6th level of the Origin Realm, physical strength exceeding 20,000 kilograms, Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique at the 14th rank, Meteor Sword Style at the Perfection stage. Such a perception is definitely not a normal person. But most importantly, his grasp of timing is 1 level higher than the other inner sect disciples. He can find the flaw of the Earth-Scare's sword style in a split second. What? The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is at the 14th rank? Last time he was at the 13th rank? Zhao Mingyue's red lips slightly opened. She didn't have the eyesight of a Heaven Realm martial artist, hence she couldn't see much. This child's perception is comparable to Sword Maniac. But now, Sword Maniac has a 4-star bone frame and he doesn't. If the veteran knew that Li Fuchen's Meteor Sword style wasn't at the Perfection stage, but at the Trance stage, he wouldn't have said this. Back when Sword Maniac was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he didn't even reach the Trance stage for a Mystic class, Low-tier sword style and comprehend sword intent. On the Feng Yun stage, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his opponent's ability, he couldn't even force out his sword intent, why would he give chase? That's right, he didn't use his sword intent for that Meteor Fall move. Hence to outsiders, Meteor Fall was only at the Perfection stage. Li Fuchen had his own considerations for doing this. He had plenty of enemies now and it was inevitable that he would be ambushed. Hence, it was necessary to keep some trump cards. Once his trump cards were exposed, there wouldn't be any chance of a comeback. He didn't wish for such a thing to happen. If I use my sword intent, I can even kill 2 Liao Tianjuans in an instant. Li Fuchen thought to himself. There was a huge difference between using sword intent or not. The presence of sword intent was enough to double the speed of Meteor Fall and amplify its firepower by at least 3 times. In the face of absolute speed, any technique or power wasn't worth mentioning. A single strike was a sure kill. A pity that he couldn't use it and didn't need to. Bastard, what did you do just now? After retreating over 10 steps, Liao Tianjun finally stopped his retreating momentum. He lifted his head and asked with a questioning expression. You aren't a match for me. It is not too late to back out now. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't want to fight to the death with the Liao clan. Hence, he was willing to give his opponent a chance to retreat. Dream on. Don't be too arrogant. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Liao Tianjun was infuriated. A pill that was hidden in his mouth was suddenly crushed. In the next moment, an extremely violent energy surged out. The intensity of his qi presence was increased by at least 30%. What is going on? Liao Tianjun Shixiang's qi presence got stronger. Did he conceal his ability? I knew it. How could Li Fuchen be a match for Liao Tianjun? Liao Tianjun Shixiang must have been careless. Everyone suddenly realized. Something isn't right. Chen Fanghua frowned. Liao Tianjun's qi presence was formidable, but it didn't seem like it was cultivated by himself. Half-mystic class pill, qi burst pill. Such audacity. Beside Zhao Mingyue, the veteran frowned. Grandfather, he is violating the rules of the Fengyun stage. Why aren't you going to stop him? Zhao Mingyue asked. On the Fengyun stage, no external force was allowed. If not, the Fengyun stage's basic fairness would be gone. The veteran shook his head. Let's wait and see. This kid shouldn't be so simple, right? He was prepared to make a move at the crucial moment. If Li Fuchen couldn't stop Liao Tianjun, then Li Fuchen wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Little bastard, lie down. The qi burst pill was a half-mystic class pill. One pill was worth 70,000 gold coins. At first, he thought his father was making a big fuss. Now that he thought about it, his father was indeed wise. As long as he could win, who cared about the process? Mixed with a horrific qi presence, Liao Tianjun slashed at Li Fuchen again. The violent sword presence was like the sharpest storm that could cut through anything. Chapter 120. A medicinal pill that increases true qi. Li Fuchen frowned. This seemed to violate the rules of the storm platform, but since the inner sect deacon in charge of the storm platform did not say anything, he obviously could not say anything. Woo woo woo, when it was 10 meters away from Li Fuchen, the distorted earth scare's sword qi suddenly flew out from the sword. True qi was released. After swallowing the explosive qi pill, Liao Tianjun reached the level of true qi externalization and could kill people from a distance. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and changed his footsteps before vanishing without a trace. Low tier profound level leg art, shadowless kick. Clang clang clang. The twisted sword qi brushed past the ground and exploded into a layer of pale white sparks. Do you think you can escape? Liao Tianjun grinned hideously as he swung his sword again and again. Streams of earth-scarred sword qi were like swimming fishes, covering a radius of 10 meters. This 10-meter area was undoubtedly a death zone. Anyone who was weaker than him would be sliced into a bloody mess by the numerous sword qis. Li Fuchen's footwork was extremely fast. It was as though his entire body was weightless. He turned into a ghostly shadow and shuttled around the Fengyun stage. The earth-scare's sword qi that was like a swimming fish was unable to get close to him. Liao Tianjun's face darkened. Do you only know how to run? Coward. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's leg art had probably reached the perfection stage? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge so many earth-scare's sword qi. Escape? That might not be the case. Li Fuchen made a turn in mid-air and took 3 consecutive steps on the ground. Like a wisp of green smoke, he passed through a large amount of earth-scare's sword qi and instantly appeared on the left side of Liao Tianjun. Liao Tianjun was distracted by Li Fuchen's footwork and his reaction was slightly slower. However, Liao Tianjun was quite formidable. At the crucial moment, his body spun like a spinning top, and he used the ultimate move of the earth-scarred sword technique, Heaven Crippling, Earth-Scarred. Woo 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 woo, his body was like a giant top that was spinning violently. At the same time, streaks of arc-shaped sword qi were shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He had to swing his sword to neutralize the streaks of sword chi. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters away. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Gale's swift sword. Liao Tianjun let out a furious roar and changed his sword stance from Earth Scarcity to Hurricane Swift Sword. Even though the Hurricane Swift Sword was only a yellow class peak tier sword art, it wasn't as profound as the Earth Scarce sword art, and its power was far from being comparable to the Earth Scarce sword art. Its advantage lay in its speed. Not only was it fast, it was ferocious as well. It was like a violent gust of wind, unstoppable. Li Fuchen is going to lose. Below the stage, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen's footwork was indeed incredible and could easily dodge the Earth Scarce sword chi. But when Liao Tianjun executed the violent wind quick sword, the space for Li Fuchen to dodge was shrunk by a few folds. Don't even mention a human, even a bird wouldn't be able to dodge. The dense sword chi swept over, and the range was so wide that it almost covered half of the storm platform. Since I can't use my sword intent, this is the only way. Withdrawing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and revolving the Wind Shadow steps, Li Fuchen lightly leapt forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In a split second, he flew a few dozen meters away. That speed was simply unheard of and wasn't something a regular Origin Realm martial artist could achieve. How could it be so fast? Everyone was shocked by Li Fuchen's speed. I don't believe you can dodge all of my attacks. Liao Tianjun went berserk and poured all of his chi into the black iron sword. The density of the sword chi increased once again. At the same time, Liao Tianjun's left hand would occasionally send out punches. The violent fist force enveloped Li Fuchen. With the fist force in front and the concentrated sword chi behind, if it was anyone else, even if it was a first-grade inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, they wouldn't be able to dodge and would have to face it head-on. But Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. Completely disregarding the inertia of extreme speed, Li Fuchen lightly tapped on the ground with his feet and flew backwards. Not only did he dodge the fist force, he even leapt over the sword chi. If this was it, it would have been fine. After leaping over the sword chi, Li Fuchen used his left hand to suck on the ground. Under the violent suction force, Li Fuchen's speed shot through the air and landed on the ground in an instant. But this time, he was head down and legs up. Tapping the black iron sword on the ground, Li Fuchen flipped his body and landed behind Liao Tianjun like he was juggling. From start to finish, Li Fuchen gave off a feeling that he was defying the laws of nature and gravity. It was as though nature couldn't restrain him any longer. Is he still a human? Is he a monster? Everyone was in a daze. They never thought that a human's body could perform such high speed and difficult movements. It was simply challenging the limits of their vision. Wind shadow steps at the perfection stage, shadowless leg at the perfection stage. This child is rather interesting. The veteran's eyes shrunk. He couldn't help but admit that Li Fuchen's perception was definitely at the heaven-defying class. Not only did he cultivate his sword arts to the highest rank, his light body technique and leg arts were also ridiculously high. If a regular person could achieve any one of them, they would be proud. You have lost. Without waiting for Liao Tianjun to turn around, Li Fuchen placed his sword on his opponent's throat. Liao Tianjun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Lost? When did I lose?" Pang! Liao Tianjun suddenly punched at Li Fuchen's chest. Even with his 20,000 kilograms of physical strength and astounding physical defense, Li Fuchen couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Despicable. Chen Fanghua cursed. Shameless. Zhao Mingyue couldn't hold back her anger. Li Fuchen had already let him off, but he didn't expect Liao Tianjun to not admit defeat and sneak attack Li Fuchen instead. Li Fuchen, don't pretend to be righteous. Do you really think it is hard for you to defeat me? On the Feng Yun stage, other than killing, there are no other rules. It is impossible for you to win without a fight. Now lie down. Don't worry, I will only chop off your limbs. I will preserve your dantian for you. Ha! Liao Tianjun followed up with the Earth Scare's sword style to envelop Li Fuchen. I was too careless. Li Fuchen sighed. Liao Tianjun knew that Li Fuchen didn't dare to kill him, hence he was unrestrained. Li Fuchen had underestimated his opponent's shamelessness. At such a close distance, he couldn't even execute his body technique in time. After all, the radius of the fist force was too wide. Unless he could instantaneously shift, there was nothing he could do. Li Fuchen, who was sent flying while vomiting blood, took a deep breath and rushed into the sky. Since you aren't willing to admit defeat, then don't blame me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold glow. The combination of the wind's shadow steps and shadowless leg wasn't just this. Body like the wind, wind like a shadow, shadow without a trace. At this moment, Li Fuchen showed everyone what a light body technique was and what it meant to surpass the limits of one's vision. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen was behind Liao Tianjun again. His speed was even faster than before. Liao Tianjun didn't expect the injured Li Fuchen to be even faster. But he wasn't worried in his heart. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would dare to offend the Liao clan and hurt him. But he underestimated Li Fuchen's determination. With a flash of light, Li Fuchen pierced Liao Tianjun's left arm. With a spin of the black iron sword, with a flick, a huge arm flew into the sky and blood rained down. Ah! Chapter 121. Seeing Liao Tianjun howling miserably, the vicinity of the storm platform was completely silent. No one could imagine that Liao Tianjun would lose so miserably. This was especially true for those who knew that Liao Tianjun had consumed a qi explosion pill. Their hearts were filled with shock. Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Once he advances to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, how strong would he be? Would he be able to go against an Earth Realm martial artist? How ruthless! He actually dared to injure senior brother Liao Tianjun. Having lost his left arm, senior martial brother Liao Tianjun's battle prowess has been greatly reduced. In a battle of the same cultivation realm, he will suffer a great loss. That's right. Although the left arm looks useless, it can ensure the balance of the body. At the crucial moment, it can even attack the opponent from both sides. Sigh, what a pity. Severing Liao Tianjun Shixiang's arm. This Li Fuchen has completely offended the Liao clan. His future days will be tough. In addition to being shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, everyone was also shocked by Li Fuchen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. When facing a colossus like the Liao clan, it was inevitable to suffer some losses. But if you dare to let them suffer, then sorry, they will definitely let you know what it means to seek your own death. Stupid, do you really think that the grudge will be resolved after you leave the storm platform? Yuan Tian said coldly, not feeling good. Little bastard, if you dare to break my son's arm, I'll break all your limbs. With a roar, a phantom instantly appeared on the storm platform. It was Liao Tianyun. Liao Tianjun, who had lost an arm and was breathing weakly, stood up. Liao Tianyun's aura erupted and filled the entire storm platform. Under the shroud of this horrific qi presence, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was being pressed by a mountain. His knees went soft and he couldn't help but kneel down. Never. Li Fuchen bit his lips and resisted the qi presence. Due to using too much strength, Li Fuchen bit his lips and didn't even know that blood was flowing out. Father, I lost an arm. I'm done for. Liao Tianjun was in so much pain that his eyes were numb. Heavenly Army. Liao Tianyun looked anxious. He didn't expect that Liao Tianjun, who consumed the qi burst pill, would still lose to Li Fuchen. This was completely different from what he expected. Little bastard, it's just a competition. Why are you being so heavy-handed? What are your intentions? Liao Tianyun stared at Li Fuchen with a cold expression, his eyes surged with murderous intent. Under the shroud of the opponent's qi presence, Li Fuchen couldn't utter a single word. He gritted his teeth and his veins were exposed. But from the start to the end, Li Fuchen didn't even let out a grunt. In his eyes, there was only an unyielding look and there wasn't a trace of begging. Seeing Li Fuchen's expression, Liao Tianyun's face turned even colder. Even with his heaven realm chi presence, he wasn't able to force Li Fuchen to kneel. The tenacity of this child's willpower was simply appalling. Generally, people with strong willpower would have great achievements in the future. This kid couldn't be allowed to live. Liao Tianyun felt a hidden danger and his killing intent exploded. Little bastard, you are so young and yet you are so ruthless. You are a scourge to our Azure Water sect. Today, I shall represent the sect to cripple your dantian and break your limbs. While speaking, Liao Tianyun swung his hand. 5 sharp chi forces assaulted Li Fuchen's dantian and limbs. Is this the end? Li Fuchen stared at the chi attack and roared in his heart. Below the stage, although most of the people were gloating, there were still a few people who could not bear it. The Liao family was too overbearing. On the storm platform, as long as one did not kill, there were no rules. Could it be that only your son was allowed to cripple Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was not allowed to hurt your son? What kind of logic was this? What's more, Li Fuchen had already let your son off once. The current outcome was your son's own fault. Unfortunately, Liao Tianyun couldn't hear the thoughts of these people. Even if he did, he would only scoff at them. His Liao clan was an ancient clan of the Zhanglan region. How could a trash like Li Fuchen compare to their clan's descendants? Seeing that Li Fuchen was about to become a cripple. Liao Tianyun, stop. A vigorous and forceful voice echoed out of nowhere. In the next moment, a chi wall appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The 5 streams of energy shot out by Liao Tianyun disappeared without a trace. This was not good. It was the inner sect Grand Elder. Liao Tianyun was unwilling to give up. Gritting his teeth, he executed another attack. This attack was with his full strength. An extremely intimidating chi force, as though it was going to rip apart the void, turned into a sharp sword and ruthlessly slashed at the chi wall. Presumptuous. Get down. The chi wall surged and shattered the sharp sword. In the next moment, an even more horrifying chi presence descended and pressed down on Liao Tianyun. A shocking scene happened. Liao Tianyun, who was at the second level of the heaven realm, couldn't withstand this chi presence and laid down on the ground, unable to move an inch. Liao Tianyun used his chi presence to suppress Li Fuchen and didn't even make Li Fuchen kneel. But his opponent used his chi presence to suppress him to the ground. How much ability did he have to achieve this? Below the stage, the crowd kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. The fight between the inner sect elders wasn't something they could discuss, let alone disturb. In the skies above the Fengyun stage, a green-robed veteran landed slowly with an angry expression. Inner sect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, peak-level heaven realm cultivation, one of the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect. Apart from the sect patriarch, supreme elder, and the sect protector, he had the highest and most respected status. Liao Tianyun, you are too presumptuous. Who do you think you are to interfere with the Fengyun stage's duel? Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Wujin didn't let go of his chi presence and continued to suppress Liao Tianyun. Liao Tianyun bellowed while lying on the ground, Grand Elder, this child is ruthless. He didn't take into consideration our fellow sect members and severed one of my son's arms. How can I let him off so easily? Zhao Wujin's face flashed with a strange expression. This person was really thick-skinned, to even say such words. He couldn't help but snort. How can there be any fellow sect members on the Fengyun stage? Your son is too overbearing. He asked for it and reaped what he sowed. No matter what, my Liao clan's disciple isn't someone he can compare to. Grand Elder, please allow me to punish him. What a joke. Get lost. If I find out that your Liao clan dares to deal with this child, I will report to the sect patriarch and punish your Liao clan. Zhao Wujin revealed a look of disgust. With a sweep of his chi presence, he sent Liao Tianyun and Liao Tianjun flying. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to speak a few words with Li Fuchen, another vigorous voice echoed. Grand Elder, aren't you being too overbearing? My Liao clan has made great contributions to the Azure Water sect, and this is how you treat my Liao clan. From afar, a green-robed figure flew over. It was a white-haired veteran who was even older than Zhao Wujin. His qi presence was like an abyss as deep as the sea. With a single glance, it was like a giant whirlpool that sucked away one's essence qi. Liao Haiwang, is it me who is overbearing or your Liao clan who is overbearing? You should know in your heart. I shall not argue with you. Hurry up and bring your Liao clan's disciples away. Zhao Wujin immediately called out the white-haired veteran's name. SSS. Many of the spectators took in a deep cold breath. What was going on today? First, it was the inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin, who came to spectate the match. Now, even the Liao clan's founder, Liao Haiwang, was here. Liao Haiwang, a 9th-level Heaven Realm martial artist, was one of the top 10 inner sect elders of the Azure Water sect. His status was only half a rank lower than the inner sect Grand Elder. Chapter 122. So this is a Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen's body was drenched in sweat, as though he just got out of the water. A Heaven Realm martial artist was too strong. They didn't even need to make a move, just their qi presence was enough to crush someone to death. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence, not because he was strong. In fact, even a first-grade inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm might not be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence. Because it wasn't just cultivation level suppression, but also spirit willpower suppression. Spirit willpower was very mystical, it could interfere with reality. If a regular person subconsciously thought that they were sick, then their body would have problems very quickly. Some places were very evil and haunted. Those who went in would come out as if they were possessed. They would have a strange expression and would sometimes do things that normal people couldn't understand. But it was actually the spirit willpower that was distorted, resulting in hallucinations. The spirit willpower was a person's intrinsic quality. When this intrinsic quality was being pressured, the body would have an intense reaction. For those who cultivated their spirit willpower, a single look would cause you to have intense hallucinations, causing you to do things that went against your own will. Of course, these kinds of people were extremely rare, less than 1 in 100 million. Only those who possessed an extremely special bone structure were able to cultivate their own spirit and soul. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence mainly because his soul spirit and willpower were much stronger than a normal person. If not, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Not bad. To be able to defeat Liao Tianjun who consumed a qi burst pill is already shocking enough. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence. Do you know that even a regular Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it? Turning around, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen with a face of admiration. Putting aside his perception, even his spirit willpower was so strong. Zhao Wujin couldn't help but appreciate this talent. Perhaps a normal bone frame would limit Li Fuchen's potential, but with Li Fuchen's current potential, progressing to the Earth Realm wouldn't be a problem. With his perception, once he reached the Earth Realm, he would definitely be one of the strongest in the Earth Realm. If he had enough opportunities, progressing to the Heaven Realm wouldn't be impossible. Many thanks for Grand Elder's help. Fuchen will never forget it. Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhao Wujin, he would have become a cripple. The peak of the martial Dao and the peak of the sword Dao had nothing to do with him. This is the Azure Water sect. If he is allowed to mess around, what prestige and justice does the Azure Water sect have? Zhao Wujin coldly snorted. Grandfather, the Liao clan is so shameless and overbearing. Why don't you report them to the sect master? Zhao Mingyue also jumped up. Zhao Wujin shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Do you think it's that easy to topple an ancient family? On the surface, their strength might not be comparable to our Zhao clan, but in terms of connections, they aren't any weaker than our Zhao clan. In fact, they might even be superior. What's more, the Liao clan is still a member of the Azure Water sect. If we take them down, it will cause our Azure Water sect's strength to suffer and benefit our rival sections. Most importantly, he didn't have to fight to the death with the Liao clan. After all, they didn't offend him. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen again and said slowly, with your bone frame, you originally didn't have the qualifications to become a prodigy of the Azure Water sect. But after seeing your perception and spirit will, I have decided to give you the identity of a prodigy. But this prodigy status isn't that stable. If one day you suddenly lose your perception and your cultivation speed slows down, this prodigy status will still be taken back by the sect. As the inner sect Grand Elder, he had the authority to give a prodigy status to someone without the approval of the other upper echelons. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen had the ability and could withstand scrutiny. It wasn't like he could just randomly find someone and give them the status of a prodigy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen, who never showed his emotions, couldn't help but get excited after hearing these words. Even though inner sect prodigies were also first-grade inner sect disciples, but when redeeming sect items, they would receive a discount that was much more than first-grade inner sect disciples. First-grade inner sect disciples received a 30% discount, while inner sect prodigies received a 50% discount, saving 20% of contribution points. Now if you were to redeem Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, a single bottle would only cost 100,000 gold, instead of the original 140,000 gold. He had saved a total of 40,000 gold. Your hard work in cultivation is the greatest repayment to me. Work hard. Zhao Wujin patted on Li Fuchen's shoulder. He was a person who loved talents. Be it Zhao Wuji or Li Fuchen, they were both good seedlings in his eyes. But Li Fuchen and Zhao Wuji were different. Li Fuchen had too many uncertainties and he wasn't sure how far Li Fuchen could go. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's monstrous perception, he would at most praise him and not give him the status of a prodigy. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen nodded. There is nothing else for me to do here. This old man shall take his leave. Zhao Wujin laughed and with a flash, he turned into a stream of light and vanished from everyone's sight. After helping you so much, shouldn't you treat me and Qin Shiji to a meal? Zhao Mingyue laughed. Naturally. In this year, in order to cultivate the hidden blood body technique, he had already purchased 3 bottles of Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, which cost him a total of 420,000 gold coins. Now he was only left with a few 100,000 gold coins, which wasn't much. But when it was time to treat, he still had to. Below the Feng Yun stage, the crowd didn't leave immediately. They all looked at Li Fuchen with envy and jealousy. The inner sect Grand Elder actually gave him the status of an inner sect prodigy. How enviable. If I had the status of an inner sect prodigy, my improvement speed would be much faster than now. That's right. Inner sect prodigies can redeem sect items at a 50% discount. How much contribution points can they save? Don't be envious. The entire inner sect doesn't even have 30 inner sect prodigies. Even if you were given the status of an inner sect prodigy, you wouldn't feel secure. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Hearing the discussions, Yuan Tian snorted and immediately left the Feng Yun stage. Li Fuchen, I shall let you be arrogant for a while. Fang Lihai left sullenly. Inner sect prodigy, huh? Li Shidi sure is a blessing in disguise. Chen Fanghua laughed. Not waiting for the crowd to leave, the 3 of them went to the delicacy pavilion and had a feast. Even though Li Fuchen felt the pinch from spending a few tens of thousands of gold coins, but compared to the status of an inner sect prodigy, these tens of thousands of gold coins weren't even worth mentioning. He could just buy a bottle of Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence to save up. Of course, he needed gold coins first. Half of the year has passed. It is time to carry out a sect mission. The yearly sect mission had to be carried out and no one could reject it. This time, Li Fuchen was prepared to carry out a high-tier mission to earn more contribution points. Who knows, he might even be able to earn some gold coins too. After finishing his dinner, Li Fuchen headed back. At the foot of the mountain, when he passed by a courtyard, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. This courtyard originally belonged to Zhu Hongxiu. A year ago, Zhu Hongxiu became an inner sect disciple. But a week later, Zhu Hongxiu disappeared along with her cousin, Zhu Xiaoming. Intuition told Li Fuchen that something happened to the Zhu clan. Chapter 123. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the mission hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a suitable high-tier mission. The mission was to kill the 3 Wang brothers and take back the Jade Buddha. The Wang brothers were all at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation skill, yellow class, great blood chi skill. He practiced martial arts, blood saber chop, blood palm imprint, and blood transformation grand technique. Mission reward, 20,000 contribution points. This mission is quite interesting. Li Fuchen was rather interested. The 3 Wang brothers were martial artists from Lin Sha City. After a fortuitous encounter, the 3 of them received the inheritance of an Earth Realm martial artist. They learned the yellow class, peak-tier cultivation technique, blood chi technique, and 3 other formidable martial arts. Since then, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't even be a match for the 3 brothers. This is it. Tearing the mission slip, Li Fuchen strode out of the mission hall. He left the quest hall. He must be going out to do some quests. Outside the mission hall, a few inner sect deacon disciples had different expressions. Facing Fiend City was a border city of the Azure Water region and was just a few hundred miles away from the Heaven Fiend region. The Heaven Fiend region was ruled by the Heaven Fiend sect, a sect that was slightly more dominant than the Azure Water sect. This time, Li Fuchen didn't intend to temper his light body technique and chose to ride a horse instead. The horse was a rank 2 demonic blood horse. It was extremely fast and had astonishing endurance. Hiya! Tightening his legs around the horse's abdomen, the class 2 demonic blood horse carried Li Fuchen and shot out like an arrow. Its speed was several folds faster than a class 1 demonic blood horse. Chase! Not long after Li Fuchen left, a group of inner sect deacon disciples rode on class 2 demonic blood horses and chased after him. Interesting, this little bastard actually has so many enemies. Not long after the group of inner sect deacon disciples left, another figure appeared. Looking at this person's aura, he was actually at the Earth Realm. Well, it's not fun to kill this little bastard at once. When they are almost done fighting, I will break his legs and bring him back to the Liao family. The figure grinned. Then, his figure flashed and floated away like a wisp of smoke. This little fellow is really troublesome. However, it's been a long time since I went out. It's not bad to look at the scenery. High up in the sky, a middle-aged man stood in the air and saw everything. If Li Fuchen was here, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as the main examiner of the inner sect disciple trials, Elder Yu. Elder Yu's name was Yu Hua. As an inner sect elder, he had an esteemed status and would usually be in seclusion. Only occasionally would he carry out his duties in the inner sect. This time, he came out of seclusion because he was entrusted by the inner sect Grand Elder, Xiao Wujin. He requested for him to protect Li Fuchen when he was carrying out his mission. If it were anyone else, Elder Yu would have rejected the offer. What did the safety of an inner sect disciple have to do with him? But Li Fuchen was different. Yu Hua had high hopes for Li Fuchen. If not, he wouldn't have suggested for Li Fuchen to become an inner sect prodigy. Yu Hua soared into the sky like a giant bird and soared into the sky. A total of 11 9th level Origin Realm martial artists should be able to settle this. Li Fuchen had already noticed that he was being followed. But he didn't notice the existence of that Earth Realm martial artist. This was a small forest. After passing through the small forest, there was a large river. The river meandered like a white dragon, reaching the ends of the world. On the official road near the forest, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. He discovered us. From afar, the group of inner sect deacon apprentices slowed down as well. So what if he discovered us? Does he think he can go against the 11 of us? One of the inner sect deacon apprentices snorted. That's right. He may have defeated Liao Tianjun and is stronger than any of us. But with the combined strength of the 11 of us, even 3 Liao Tianjuns wouldn't be a match. Since that is the case, then let's go. Kill him and end this once and for all. Hiya! The 11 of them clamped onto their horses and galloped towards Li Fuchen. Who are you people? Li Fuchen sized up the 11 of them. He initially suspected the Liao clan. But with the Liao clan's strength, they wouldn't send out a 9th level Origin Realm martial artist, but an Earth Realm martial artist. Even though he knew that once he left the sect, he would be ambushed. But he had no choice. He had to carry out the sect's mission. The only thing he could do was to purchase some survival items. He believed that with these survival items, even an Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill him easily. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that this day next year will be your death anniversary. Kill. The 11 inner sect deacons slapped on the back of their horses and rushed towards Li Fuchen for the kill. If I didn't guess wrongly, you people are from the Shintu clan, Yang clan, and Guan clan. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and revealed a cold light. Kill him. Hearing this, the 11 of them panicked. They didn't expect Li Fuchen to be able to guess their identities. The 11 of them were like 11 giant birds, attacking Li Fuchen from 11 different directions. In an instant, the sword light was dense and chilling. If it was Liao Tianjun here, he would have been turned into a hornet's nest. Staring at the 11 of them like they were dead men, Li Fuchen drew his sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, 3 streams of light appeared at the same time. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 of the inner sect deacon apprentices paused in midair, as their chests were pierced through with a blood hole. Sliding close to the ground, Li Fuchen brandished his sword 3 more times. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. One of them had his lower body pierced, another was severed in half at the waist, and the last one had his spine broken. The sound of corpses falling to the ground could only be heard at this moment. And in this short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed 6 of them. Damn it, his sword is 2 times faster than when he fought against Liao Tianjun. The power is also 3 times stronger. The remaining 5 of them were terrified. They had never seen such a fast sword. The speed of the sword had already exceeded the limits of their vision and their reflexes. Run! The 5 of them had completely lost their will to fight. With a flash, they prepared to escape in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Stomping on the ground, Li Fuchen executed his light body technique and leg arts to the limits. His entire body was like a phantom, passing through the 5 of them. In the next moment, all 5 of them had their eyes wide open. They either fell facing the sky, face down, or tilted their bodies and fell limply to the ground. Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Sheathing the black iron sword, Li Fuchen let out a breath. With the death of 11 inner sect deacon apprentices, I believe the Shintu clan, Yang clan, and Guan clan will be heartbroken. The 3 major clans of Yunwu City weren't the Liao clan. The 3 major clans only had a few Earth Realm martial artists. 9th level Origin Realm martial artists were their backbone. With so many 9th level Origin Realm martial artists dead, Li Fuchen didn't believe the 3 major clans wouldn't be heartbroken. Just as Li Fuchen was about to search them, he suddenly froze on the spot with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Interesting. On the Fengyun stage, you actually concealed so much of your ability. Since it is like this, all the more reason to not let you live. Unknowingly, an elder appeared a few dozen meters away. The elder was dressed in gray robes, with a masked face and a stern expression. Earth Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen didn't turn around. Just by sensing his chi, he knew that this person was definitely an Earth Realm martial artist. As for which level of the Earth Realm he was at, he couldn't tell yet. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. That would be too easy on you. The gray-robed elder strolled over with a calm and confident expression. Pang. Chapter 124. Courting Death. The gray-robed elder was infuriated. His left and right hands parted the clouds and released two powerful chi forces. Swish. The white smoke was parted, but Li Fuchen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Despicable little bastard. Wait till I catch you. I will let you taste all the pain in this world. The gray-robed elder's figure flashed and entered the forest. Apart from the forest, there was no other concealment. The gray-robed elder naturally assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest. A moment later, the two stacked corpses were pushed aside and Li Fuchen stood up. What a smart lad. Up in the sky, Yu Hua saw everything. Even he was almost fooled. Had it not been for his high vantage point, he would have assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest like the gray-robed elder. Not daring to waste any more time, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped away. Had it not been for my spirit soul ability to conceal my chi presence, it would have been a tough task to get rid of this earth realm martial artist. On the horse, Li Fuchen thought to himself. Li Fuchen had yet to experience the strength of an earth realm martial artist. Of course, he didn't want to experience it himself. Even though Liao Tianjun was able to externalize his chi and was comparable to a first-level earth realm martial artist, but be it his reaction speed or the volume of his chi, they were far inferior to an earth realm martial artist. In a fight with an earth realm martial artist, there was only a slim chance of survival. The Class 2 demonic blood horse was extremely fast and disappeared at the end of the road. Swish! A figure emerged from the forest. It was the gray-robed elder. He took a quick glance and noticed that one of the demonic blood horses was missing. Damn it! How could the gray-robed elder not know that he was fooled? Just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and broke out in cold sweat. In the sky, a majestic figure slowly descended. Elder Yu. The gray-robed elder had a fearful expression. Who allowed you to pursue an inner sect disciple? Elder Yu released his chi presence and immobilized the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder begged, Elder Yu, I am innocent. I only wanted to capture him and not kill him. So, you admit it. Yu Hua's chi presence intensified and pressed down on the gray-robed elder like a mountain. The gray-clothed old man immediately understood that Yu Hua wanted to kill him. Yu Hua, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, my Liao family won't let you off, puff. After that, the gray-clothed old man could no longer speak, because he had already turned into a pool of blood. Heaven realm martial artists were too powerful. Just their chi presence alone was enough to shatter an earth realm martial artist. Of course, this was mainly because the gray-robed elder's willpower wasn't strong enough. Once one's willpower collapsed, one's body would become extremely weak. Little fellow, work hard. I hope that one day, you can truly control your own destiny. Looking at the direction of Li Fuchen's departure, Yu Hua flashed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless and had 2 white miasma bombs ready at all times. On the 3rd day, Li Fuchen slightly relaxed his vigilance. Since they hadn't caught up to him yet, it was impossible for them to catch up to him in the future. The Zhanglan sect was located in the northwest of the Zhanglan region and Lin Sha City was also in the northwest. The distance between the two wasn't as far as Li Fuchen imagined. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Lin Sha City. Lin Sha City was just a small city with a population of less than 200,000. Not only were there martial artists from the Zhanglan region, there were also martial artists from the Tian Sha region. Even though City Lord Su Ping was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and was much stronger than most of the city lords of large cities, he was still trembling in fear as he sat in this position. He was afraid that an expert from the Tian Sha region would come and eliminate him. He couldn't be bothered with the theft of the Zheng clan's Jade Buddha by the 3 Wang brothers. He immediately posted the mission to the Tsang Lan sect and waited for someone else to deal with it. The Zheng clan was a small clan and the strongest martial artist in the clan was only at the 9th level of the origin realm. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the outskirts of the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan patriarch personally came out to welcome him. Sensing that Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the origin realm, his expression turned ugly. What could a 6th level origin realm martial artist do? He thought that Tsang Lan sect would send a 9th level origin realm prodigy over. Tsang Lan sect inner sect disciple Li Fuchen greets Patriarch Zheng. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. Young hero Li is too polite. Even though he wasn't pleased, the Zheng clan patriarch didn't dare to neglect Li Fuchen and led him into the Zheng clan. In the Zheng clan's grand hall, the Zheng clan's upper echelons were all present. Why is he only at the 6th level of the origin realm? Could it be that the reward is too low and none of the Tsang Lan sect's formidable inner sect disciples are willing to accept the mission? The upper echelons of the Zheng clan were in a heated discussion. This mission wasn't issued by City Lord Su Ping, but by the Zheng clan. That's why the mission had a reward of 30,000 gold coins, which wasn't a small sum to the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan's annual income was only a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Clearing his throat, the Zheng clan patriarch asked Li Fuchen, young hero Li, this mission isn't that easy. Are you the only one here? Li Fuchen naturally knew what the Zheng clan patriarch meant. Zheng clan patriarch, I am the only one. The Zheng clan patriarch sighed, since that is the case, I shall bring some men to accompany you to retrieve the Jade Buddha. No matter how incredible Li Fuchen was, he could only go against one of the 3 Wang brothers. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the other 2. Li Fuchen shook his head, I alone am enough. Young hero Li, the 3 Wang brothers are all at the 9th level of the origin realm and they cultivate the yellow class, Peak-Deer technique, blood chi technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with them alone. A veteran from the Zheng clan stood up. Li Fuchen gave a faint smile, who is the strongest among you guys? Untalented, it is this old man. The veteran who spoke just now replied. If you can withstand a palm strike from me, I will leave immediately without a second word. If you can't, then everything is up to me. Li Fuchen replied. Hearing this, the veteran from the Zheng clan was infuriated. He had been at the 9th level of the origin realm for many years and had a robust chi. Had it not been for his low-grade cultivation technique, he might have already progressed to the earth realm. Since when was he looked down upon by others? Since young hero Li is so confident, then this old man shall offend you. The veteran from the Zheng clan came in front of Li Fuchen and revolved his technique, emitting a heavy chi presence. Ha! With a low growl, the veteran sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. In the center of his palm was a ball of radiance that contained an astounding amount of energy. Return. Li Fuchen casually placed his palm on the Zheng clan's veteran's palm. A blazing intent flashed from Li Fuchen's body, causing the air in the hall to distort. In the next moment, the veteran flew backwards and landed on his chair with a shocked expression. Too strong. So strong that it was beyond logic. Was this the strength of a Tsang Lan inner sect disciple? No, a regular Tsang Lan inner sect disciple wouldn't be this strong. Li Fuchen must be a prodigy of the Tsang Lan sect. Young hero Li's martial arts is astounding. This old man is impressed. The veteran's expression changed several times before he finally forced out a smile. Chapter 125. Li Fuchen found out from the Zheng patriarch that after the Wang brothers stole the Jade Buddha, they hid in the Feishua Mountains. The Feishua Mountains was perennially covered in snow and was sparsely populated. It was bordered by both the Tsang Lan and Tian Sha regions. Due to the frequent snowstorms, not to mention 3 individuals, even if an entire army entered, they wouldn't be able to cause a ripple. Patriarch Zheng, what's so special about this Jade Buddha statue? Intuition told Li Fuchen that this Jade Buddha wasn't simple. The Zheng patriarch hesitated and didn't know if he should tell Li Fuchen. The Zheng clan's veteran interrupted, there is no harm in telling young hero Li. It is still unknown if this jade Buddha can be recovered. Clearing his throat, the elder of the Zheng clan said, "This jade Buddha is a treasure of our Zheng clan. It contains a secret technique called the mystical dragon secret technique. The mystical dragon secret technique can only be cultivated by referring to the jade Buddha. The three Wang brothers must have obtained this secret information from somewhere, which is why they stole the jade Buddha." Mystical dragon secret technique? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Secret techniques were a special type of martial arts and a very rare type of martial arts. The Zhanglan sect had countless martial arts manuals, but only a few dozen secret techniques. Only direct disciples were qualified to redeem secret techniques. But Yuan Tian seemed to have redeemed a secret technique and someone saw him execute it. It was rumored that the Zhanglan sect's strongest secret technique was called Sect Origin Swords. This secret technique was much more famous than the true Azure Water technique and the true Inferno technique. Once executed, the sky and earth would be filled with sword chi, leaving no room for escape. Not sure what grade this mystical dragon secret technique was. Secret techniques were graded differently from martial arts manuals. Secret techniques were split into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 star being the highest. But the Sect Origin Swords was only a 5-star secret technique. Secret techniques that were above 5-star were those of the legends. Li Fuchen reckoned that the mystical dragon secret technique should be a 1 or 2-star secret technique. The elder from the Zheng clan continued, "As long as young hero Li can help us retrieve the jade Buddha statue, young hero Li can cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique on the jade Buddha statue. Also, this old man forgot to tell young hero Li that this mystical dragon secret technique is neither a 1-star secret technique nor a 2-star secret technique, but a 3-star secret technique." What? 3-star secret technique? Li Fuchen was shocked. 3-star secret techniques were extremely precious. If the Sect Origin Swords was the Azure Water sect's sect-defining secret technique, 4-star secret techniques were absolute secret techniques, and 3-star secret techniques were first-rate secret techniques. That's right. A genuine 3-star secret technique? The Zheng veteran wanted to retrieve the jade Buddha the most. In order to make Li Fuchen work harder, he didn't mind revealing the grade of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen nodded and thought of something. "I wonder what rank everyone has cultivated the mystical dragon secret technique to." A 3-star secret technique was extremely powerful. Even if one only had a superficial understanding of it, it would still increase the strength of an Origin Realm martial artist by quite a bit. If that was the case, the Zheng clan's high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't have to fear the 3 Wang brothers and would be able to retrieve the jade Buddha by himself. After all, the Zheng clan had quite a number of high-leveled Origin Realm martial artists. The elder from the Zheng clan said awkwardly, "The mystical dragon mystic technique is divided into 3 stages. Other than me, who has cultivated it to the first stage, no one else has managed to cross the threshold." I see. Li Fuchen thought about it and agreed. If a 3-star secret technique was so easy to cultivate, it wouldn't be a 3-star secret technique. In addition, the secret technique was closely related to the bone frame. A 3-star secret technique corresponded to a 3-star bone frame. Which meant to say, only when the bone frame was at the 3-star level would it be easier to cultivate the secret technique. But the Azure Water sect's Sect Origin Swords could only be cultivated by a 5-star bone frame. Those below the 5-star bone frame could only reach the entry stage or subcompletion stage. Don't worry everyone. Since I have accepted this mission, I will do my best to complete it. Li Fuchen declared. Then we shall thank young hero Li. The Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch were grateful. The Zheng clan's upper echelons all stood up and cupped their fists. Even though the mystical dragon secret technique on the jade Buddha was hard to cultivate, it was still a 3-star secret technique. If there was a day when the Zheng clan had a 3-star bone frame, it would definitely allow the Zheng clan to flourish and rise from the ranks of the minor clans. Everyone, you don't have to send me off. Walking out of the Zheng clan, Li Fuchen didn't ride on the demonic blood horse. With a flash, he flew out like a shadow and vanished into the horizon. Such a light body technique. Unbelievable. If our Jin clan had someone like young hero Li, we wouldn't have to worry about our clan being weak. The Jin clan's veteran lamented. Mtfeishue was situated 200 miles away from Lin Sha City. Before even getting close to Mtfeishue, Li Fuqian could already feel the chilling intent of Mtfeishue. Mtfeishue isn't considered big, but it isn't small either. To find the three Wang brothers is no different from finding a needle in the bottom of the sea. I can only try my luck. Arriving at the foot of Mtfeishue, Li Fuqian exhaled a breath of hot air and executed his maneuvers to dive into the mountains. Within the mountains, there was a heavy snowstorm, blanketing the entire place in whiteness. If a regular martial artist were to come here for a prolonged period of time, they would definitely be frozen to death. But Li Fuqian realized that the cold weather had a huge impact on his qi. Even if he didn't cultivate, his qi would still slowly grow stronger. Climbing to the top of a snowy peak, Li Fuqian looked around. Li Fuqian's eyesight was very good. Without the obstruction of the snowstorm, he would have been able to see a mouse that was 10 miles away. The golden amulet changed his soul spirit, and the soul spirit changed his perception. For the next few days, Li Fuqian climbed all the snowy peaks and looked around. When he was thirsty, he would melt some snow to drink. When he was hungry, he would slaughter some edible demonic beasts to eat. Life wasn't that tough anymore. The part of Mtfeishue that was connected to the Heaven Fiend region. On this day, a black-clothed absolute beauty arrived at the mountain range. The black-clothed young lady seemed to be extremely familiar with Mtfeishue. She executed her light body technique and left no traces on the snow. In just half a day, she arrived at the waist of a towering mountain peak. Pushing away the snow, a cave that was as tall as a human appeared. The black-clothed young lady entered the cave. The cave extended in all directions, as though it was connected to the depths of the underground. The black-clothed young lady didn't wander around randomly. After a few turns, she arrived at a giant karst cave. This karst cave was at least a few dozen feet tall. At the top of the karst cave, there was an incomparably large stalactite. In front of this stalactite, a human would look like an ant. Below the stalactite was a small pond that was a few meters in radius. Drip, drip. Drops of milky white liquid dripped down from the stalactite and soaked into the small pool of water. The black-clothed young lady took off her clothes. Her skin was like snow and jade. Her thighs were long and slender. Her buttocks were perfectly round and perky, and her waist was slender. Keeping her clothes and shoes, she placed them into a waterproof bag and tied it to her arm. Plop! The young lady was like a mermaid. She dove into the pond and didn't emerge for a long time. The cave extended in all directions. What the young lady didn't know was that one of the tunnels was connected to the inside of another mountain peak. There was also a karst cave here, but it didn't have that giant stalactite. 3 middle-aged men were sitting cross-legged. In front of them was a palm-sized jade Buddha that sat on the ground. Lao San, it is your turn to go hunting today. The oldest man casually said. Why is it me again? Isn't it second bro? Bullshit. I already went hunting yesterday. The middle-aged man who was the second oldest cursed. Alright, I will do it. You guys wait. Chapter 126. On top of a snowy mountain peak, Li Fuqian sat cross-legged. His right hand grabbed a piece of demonic beast meat and was roasting it. The demonic beast meat was slowly roasted and emitted a fragrant aroma. Li Fuqian started to devour it bite by bite. Looking into the distance, Li Fuqian saw a black shadow a few miles away. Using his eyesight to the extreme, Li Fuqian could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. It's the third of the Wang brothers. Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Finishing the demonic beast meat in 2 or 3 bites, Li Fuqian executed his movement technique and skimmed down the mountain. The Wang brothers were called Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San. Wang San searched around and quickly found a snow ground boar. The snow ground boar was a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast. Its meat was practical and tasted great. Without much effort, Wang San killed the snow ground boar with a single palm strike. He then carried the carcass and headed back. Li Fuchen silently followed behind. This was the back of the mountain peak, where the wind and snow couldn't enter. With familiarity, Wang San entered one of the flat caves. "Big bro, second bro, I am back." Wang San was born with a loud voice, shouting and yelling. "Shouting and yelling all day long, I am so annoyed by you," Wang Er said with disdain. Wang San snorted, "Don't eat it if you have the guts. Can the three of you share some with me?" A clear voice echoed. "Who is it?" The three of them turned around and looked at the direction of the voice. A white-robed Li Fuchen slowly walked out. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Wang Er had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen looked at Wang San, "This is all thanks to him." Hearing this, Wang San's expression didn't look good. "You actually followed me?" At this moment, the silent Wang De spoke, "Since you are here, then don't leave. Us Wang brothers have killed plenty of Origin Realm martial artists, but we have never killed a Tsang Lan sect inner sect disciple. Reaching the 6th level of the Origin Realm at such a young age, even a fool would know that Li Fuchen was a Tsang Lan inner sect disciple. Hehe, I wonder how the Azure Water sect inner sect disciples would fare after getting hit by my blood transformation technique." Wang Er licked his lips. The great art of blood dissolving. Anyone who was struck by it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely tyrannical and suited Wang Er's temperament. "I originally just wanted to cripple you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless." Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword and walked towards the trio. "Die!" Wang San's hands were blood-red as if they were smeared with blood. Blood palm print, profound level low-tier palm art. Of course, Wang San had only cultivated the blood handprint to the lesser mastery stage. Blood transformation grand art. Blood-red true qi erupted from Wang Er's body. The true qi tumbled like a collapsing sea of clouds. Blood transformation grand technique, 2-star secret technique. This was a secret technique that allowed one's qi to boil and vibrate. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist would have their qi dissipate the moment they came into contact with the blood transformation grand technique. Their body would be corroded by the blood transformation grand technique and turn into a puddle of blood. For a moment, blood palm shadows were flying and blood-red qi was bursting out, shrouding Li Fuchen. Meteor fall, one blade without life. With the help of his sword intent, Li Fuchen's sword was like a meteor that suddenly escaped. Wang San clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was pierced through by the sword. His chest and lungs were pierced by the sword. Fresh blood gushed out and he breathed his last. What? He broke Lao Er's blood transformation grand technique? Wang De, who was about to make a move, felt his scalp go numb. Wang San's blood palm print might be incredible, but its cultivation level was too low. But Wang Er was different. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was already at the lesser mastery stage. A lesser mastery 2-star secret technique was extraordinary. A 1-star secret technique was already envied by Origin Realm martial artists. A 2-star secret technique was something even Earth Realm martial artists yearned for. Run! Grabbing the Jade Buddha, Wang De frantically sprinted. Li Fuchen reached out his hand and sucked out a manual from both Wang Er and Wang San. Without even looking, he chased after Wang De. The cave extended in all directions and one of the passages was extremely long. Wang De flew to the front and would occasionally use his palm to shatter the rocks to obstruct Li Fuchen's path. Seeing that speed wasn't enough, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and used his qi protection to shatter the rocks. Whenever he encountered a giant rock, he would use a mountain-splitting palm to shatter it. With one chasing and the other escaping, an hour later, they arrived at a giant karst cave. It was obvious that this was Wang Da's first time here and he was shocked. But the most important thing now was to get rid of Li Fuchen. Here you go, Jade Buddha. Wang Da exerted strength in his arm and the Jade Buddha turned into a stream of light, shooting at Li Fuchen. Using a gentle force with his left hand, Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha. Blood saber slash. Right at this moment, Wang Da drew a blood-colored long saber and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash was extremely ruthless. With a slash, it was extremely fast, as though it wanted to slash and kill everything in its path. All life in this world would be extinguished under this slash. Blood saber slash, mystic class, low-tier saber art. With the sharpness of the artifact saber, Wang Da's slash was even more horrifying than Wang Er and Wang San combined. He didn't believe that the moment Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha, he would still be able to block this slash. This slash would at least severely injure Li Fuchen. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill Li Fuchen in a single slash. By then, the Jade Buddha would still be his. Thinking of this, Wang Da's eyes were filled with malevolence. Li Fuchen shook his head, his opponent was too greedy. Greedy people usually didn't live long. Catching the Jade Buddha with his left hand, Li Fuchen shook his right wrist and two streams of light appeared. Ding! PFFF. A stream of light blocked Wang Da's blood saber slash, while the other stream of light pierced through Wang Da's throat. Why is it so fast? Wang Da couldn't understand why Li Fuchen's sword was so fast. This had already broken through the limits of an Origin Realm martial artist. It was impossible to achieve this with just chi and bodily functions. This is sword intent. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The existence of sword intent was to turn the impossible into the possible. It was said that heaven-class sword art's sword intent could materialize and interfere with heaven and earth. With a suction force, Li Fuchen extracted two manuals from Wang Da's body. Including the manuals from Wang Er and Wang San, there was a total of 4 manuals. They were the Blood Chi Technique, Blood Saber Slash, Blood Change Technique, and Blood Palm Print. Too bloody and vicious, not suitable for righteous martial artists. Li Fuchen frowned, these 4 manuals weren't suitable for him, nor for the Li clan. He really didn't know where the Wang brothers got their hands on these 4 manuals. This is the Milk Stone. Keeping the Jade Buddha and the manuals, Li Fuchen finally had the mood to size up the karst cave. The karst cave was unbelievably huge, a few tens of feet high. A person standing inside looked tiny. At the top of the karst cave was a stalactite that was a few tens of feet long. The closer it was to the ground, the thinner the stalactite. At the tip of the stalactite, drops of milky white liquid dripped. The milk stone is a treasure of heaven and earth. The effects of the 100-year milk stone is already comparable to a mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pill. The effects of the 1000-year milk stone is comparable to a peak-tier, yellow-class body tempering pill. Even though most of the water in this pool is water, after mixing with the milk stone, it has turned into milk stone water. Li Fuchen's heart was on fire. Chapter 127. Using his index finger to catch a drop of white stalactite, Li Fuchen put it into his mouth. This medicinal effect seems to be far beyond the yellow class, peak tier. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The stalactite melted in his mouth and dispersed into his limbs, nourishing his flesh and bones. Li Fuchen once consumed a yellow class, peak tier, body tempering pill that cost 10,000 contribution points, a blood bone pill. Even though the duration of a blood bone pill was longer than a drop of stalactite, the strength of the pill was far inferior. I wonder how old this stalactite is. Li Fuchen knew the effects of 100-year stalactite, but he didn't know the effects of stalactites older than 100 years. Taking a look at the pool, Li Fuchen took off his clothes without hesitation, revealing his slender and muscular body. With a plop, Li Fuchen dived in like a fish. So comfortable. Li Fuchen felt as though he was immersed in a refreshing stream of qi. The qi penetrated into his body and changed his body, inch by inch. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Not daring to waste, Li Fuqian immediately revolved the hidden blood body technique. The hidden blood body technique was a qi circulation technique. Every circulation would consume a large amount of qi. Without the support of body tempering resources and frequent cultivation, one would turn into a dried corpse. The hidden blood body technique that was progressing slowly, under the nourishment of the stalactite, began to revolve at a frenzied pace. Li Fuqian's body became tougher and stronger. Especially his bones, which were tempered the most. Be it the crimson battle form or the interception form Dao, they weren't enough to temper the bones. The bones were the foundation of a human's strength. Without the support of the bones, it would be hard for one's strength to reach the limit. Once one exerted too much strength, it was normal for the bones to break. Visible to the naked eye, the white substance within the pool was gathering towards Li Fuqian. His life force was gradually strengthening. What Li Fuqian didn't know was that 10 meters below him, a naked young lady was sitting in a lotus position. The young lady had an extremely beautiful face, just like a jade carving. In terms of facial features, even the four beauties of the Tsang Lan sect paled in comparison. Only Zhao Mingyue could barely match up to her. The young lady's body was emitting a black glow. Within the black glow, there was a white glow, giving off a deep and gorgeous vibe. The 1,000-year stalactite had a body-tempering effect that was comparable to a half-mystic class pill. Even if she, Yan Qinggu, was the Heaven Fiend sect's supreme genius, she could not afford so many elixirs. The sect believed in self-reliance. If you wanted something, you had to obtain it yourself. You wouldn't be able to achieve great things by relying on others. Her identity as a prodigy only made it easier for her to obtain resources. The innate fiend body tempering art was the strongest body tempering art in the innate fiend sect. It was a mystic class peak-tier body tempering art. When cultivated to the highest level, one could have the strength of 100,000 pounds. Relying on the 1,000-year stone milk, Yan Qinggu had already cultivated to the second layer. She had the strength of 40,000 pounds, and the second layer of perfection would be 50,000 pounds. When he opened his eyes, 2 bright rays of light flashed in the pond. The young girl's eyes were extremely beautiful, but they contained an astonishing baleful aura. The corners of her eyes were as sharp as knives, and no one dared to look at them directly. Yan Qinggu couldn't sense it when she was cultivating previously. However, after she stopped cultivating, she immediately sensed that there was someone above the pond. Damn it! Yan Qinggu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pulled out his machete and swam upwards. So cool. Li Fuqian was in a state of cultivation. A year ago, his hidden blood body technique was only at the 3rd rank and had 25,000 pounds of physical strength. But in just an hour, the 3rd rank of the hidden blood body technique was at the completion rank and his physical strength was at 30,000 pounds. To be able to cultivate so quickly, firstly, Li Fuqian had an abnormally high perception and willpower. As long as he had enough resources, he could continue to improve. When cultivating the Crimson Battle form and Interception form Dao, Li Fuqian was limited by resources and didn't reach the limits of his cultivation speed. Secondly, Li Fuqian had already cultivated the hidden blood body technique to the 3rd rank. Before reaching the completion rank of the 3rd rank, there weren't many obstacles. Thirdly, and most importantly, the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year stone milk was too intense, it was practically boosting the hidden blood body technique circulation. A half-mystic class pill was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Normally, it would be around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. This pond of 1,000-year stone milk was equivalent to an unknown number of half-mystic class pills. Now that the hidden blood body technique was at the completion rank of the 3rd rank, Li Fuqian wanted to try for the 4th rank. But, there was a killing intent coming from the bottom of the pond. Opening his eyes, Li Fuqian quickly retreated. Rumble. The pond exploded and a saber light burst out like a black crescent moon. Yan Qinggu was a little surprised. She executed the cloud roaming technique to get close to Li Fuqian and executed the Black Moon saber style. She thought she could kill her enemy in a single saber. But she failed today. In the past, with this saber, as long as it wasn't an Earth Realm martial artist, no matter how formidable an Origin Realm martial artist was, they would be split apart by her saber. There was no need for a second saber. Because she didn't expect herself to fail, Yan Qinggu didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Her naked body was presented in front of Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian only saw a blur in front of him and an additional white jade figure appeared. Beautiful. Li Fuqian's first impression was that it was beautiful. Beautiful face. Beautiful body. Everywhere was beautiful. Li Fuqian was after all a hot-blooded youth. When he saw such a beautiful scene, his lower body couldn't help but have a reaction. Die. Having her body seen, Yan Qingwu's killing intent intensified. The black curved saber cleaved again. The saber light was like lightning, sharp and ruthless. Danger. Li Fuqian's scalp went numb. This young lady was at most 16 or 17 years old, but her cultivation was abnormally high. She was actually at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. When Li Fuqian was 16 years old, he only progressed to the Origin Realm. Yuan Tian, who was a 5-star bone frame, was only half a year older than Li Fuqian. But this young lady was already at the 8th level of the Origin Realm at the age of 16 or 17. Perhaps before the end of the year, she would advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Could she be the legendary 6-star bone frame? Li Fuqian was overwhelmed with shock. A 5-star bone frame was already considered a prodigy among prodigies. A 6-star bone frame was something that only existed in historical records. This unprecedented danger pushed Li Fuqian's reflexes to the limits. With a push of his right hand, Li Fuqian moved half a meter to the side, dodging this lightning-like saber. Immediately, Li Fuqian's right hand reached out with lightning speed in an attempt to snatch his opponent's weapon. His black iron sword was on the shore and couldn't be retrieved in time. Yan Qinggu didn't expect Li Fuqian's reflexes to be so fast. In an instant, her wrist was grabbed. Just as she was about to use her strength to shake off Li Fuqian, she didn't expect Li Fuqian to stick close to her. For a moment, the two naked bodies were entangled together. An indescribable feeling assaulted their hearts, causing their bodies to freeze. I am going to kill you. A horrifying killing intent exploded. Yan Qingwu's body shook as her qi burst forth. PFFF. Spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuqian flew out of the pond and landed on the shore. Not caring about his injuries, Li Fuqian quickly grabbed the black iron sword and readied himself for battle. If you dare to leave, I will definitely kill you. Yan Qinggu didn't chase out of the pond, but dove into it instead. Chapter 128. This girl is too strong. Although she is limited by her age and has not comprehended saber intent, my chances of winning against her are less than 50%. Just now when the young lady's qi burst out, Li Fuqian knew that her mystic class, mid-tier cultivation technique had probably reached the 13th rank. In addition, her cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his, which was why he suffered such a heavy internal injury in a single move. Li Fuqian couldn't imagine, if he was given a little more time, what level would he reach? Of course, if he was given more time, he didn't know what level he would reach. A year had passed, and 80% of his soul had turned light blue. Once his soul completely turned light blue, his perception would undergo another qualitative change. With a flash of thought, Li Fuqian quickly put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuqian kept the Jade Buddha and manuals and headed back the way he came. You want to leave? The speed at which Yan Qinggu put on her clothes was much faster than Li Fuqian imagined. Just as Li Fuqian entered the tunnel that he came from, Yan Qinggu leaped out of the pool and chased after Li Fuqian. In less than an hour, the two of them arrived at the karst cave where the 3 Wang brothers were in seclusion. You can't escape. Yan Qingwu's light body technique proficiency might not be comparable to Li Fuqian, but her cultivation was 2 levels higher than Li Fuqian. Hence, the gap between the two of them wasn't widened at all. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Li Fuqian didn't run anymore. If he wanted to escape, he could definitely do so. The combination of wind shadow arts and shadowless leg would allow him to slowly increase the distance between them. However, being chased away by a girl who was younger than him made him unhappy. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet flame mystic technique, Li Fuqian's sharp eyes locked onto Yan Qingwu's figure. Yan Qingwu's expression turned solemn too. She could feel a formless and sharp qi presence from Li Fuqian's body. Black moon illuminates the world. Yan Qingwu brandished her saber. The black curved saber in her hand was like a black bolt of lightning. It drew across the air and arrived in front of Li Fuqian. In the air, there was a black arc of light that appeared like a black crescent moon. Ding! When Li Fuqian thrusted his sword, the sword light was like a meteor that came out of nowhere. The burst of speed and radiance was enough to numb one's scalp and send a chill down one's spine. Sparks flew as the two separated. Sword intent? Yan Qingwu frowned. True martial intent was an existence that she had yet to come into contact with. It wasn't that her comprehension was lacking, but rather that her foundation was lacking. Originally, when she returned this time, she planned to comprehend the 100 saber arts to strengthen her saber Dao foundation and comprehend the Black Moon saber intent in one go. Once she comprehended the Black Moon saber intent, her ability would instantly double. No one below the Earth realm would be able to block a single blade from her. Even if it was a first-level Earth realm martial artist, he would be slain by her in a single blade. As expected. The girl was extremely powerful. If he was unarmed, he would definitely not be her opponent. However, with a sword in hand, his strength could be multiplied several times. The meteor sword intent allowed his meteor sword art to be as fast as a shooting star, and its power was extremely great. No matter how fast a blade art was, he would be able to block it. You are a Tsanglan inner sect disciple? Yan Qingwu asked. Li Fuqian didn't answer and asked back, you are a Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciple? The Heaven Fiend sect was the strongest sect within the radius of 100,000 miles. Their overall ability was slightly superior to the Tsanglan sect. This sect was neither righteous nor evil. They were the only ones in the sect and all their disciples were domineering. Li Fuqian had accidentally seen her naked body. He didn't know how much she would hate him. Cripple both your eyes now and I can spare your life. Yan Qingwu spoke coldly. Li Fuqian laughed lightly, what does it have to do with me if you strip naked for me to see? Furthermore, why should I ask you to spare my life? Damn it. You really think I can't do anything to you? Go to hell. Yan Qingwu was enraged. With the black curved saber in her hand, she cleaved horizontally and horizontally. The saber speed was extremely fast and the saber skills were extremely accurate. Every saber was executed with the utmost speed and strength. It was like a black rainbow that pierced towards Li Fuqian. Cling, 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 in the air, sparks were bursting. Be it their maneuvers, saber skills, or sword skills, they were all at the pinnacle of speed. If a regular high-leveled origin realm martial artist was here, they wouldn't even be able to see the saber and sword paths clearly. Only when their saber and sword clashed would there be a moment of pause. This battle lasted for 2 hours and there was still no clear victor. Yan Qingwu had the advantage of physical strength and dense qi. Li Fuqian had the advantage of the meteor sword intent. Die! All of a sudden, Yan Qingwu held her saber with both hands and cleaved diagonally. Hoo! In the air, it was as though there were black streaks of lightning. That was saber qi, a black saber qi. With the mystic class, mid-tier Earth Fiend technique at the 13th rank and her cultivation level at the 8th level of the origin realm, Yan Qingwu was already able to release her qi. But she was too proud and wanted to defeat Li Fuqian with her saber skills, which was why she didn't use it. Such a fast saber qi. Even though it was the same qi release, there was a difference. Liao Tianjuan's sword qi was more than 2-fold slower than this young lady's saber qi. Shadowless leg. Vanishing without a trace. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body turned transparent. When the saber qi cleaved, it dissipated into nothingness. Such a brilliant leg art. Even though Yan Qinggu hated Li Fuchen to the core, she had to admit that Li Fuchen was much more outstanding than most of the men she had met. Even though she cultivated the light body technique, cloud ambush, and cultivated it to the perfection stage, she didn't cultivate any leg arts or footwork techniques. But Li Fuchen's light body technique and leg arts were obviously at the perfection stage. Against Yan Qingwu's saber qi, Li Fuchen would dodge if he could. If he couldn't, he would use his sword to disperse the saber qi. The release of qi wasn't invincible. His meteor sword intent was enough to defend against any attack. Unless the opponent's attack was too strong and he couldn't block it. Damn it, if only my Black Moon saber style was a group attack saber style. Yan Qinggu frowned. Group attack saber styles could release multiple saber qi with a single saber. But the Black Moon saber style focused on the saber's strength and didn't have much saber qi. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. The two of them were drenched in sweat. With the qi returning elixir to recover their qi wouldn't be depleted. But the intense battle was a challenge to their endurance and physical strength. In a battle between experts, the consumption was 10 times or 100 times more than a normal battle. This saying wasn't false. The two of them fought for a few hours, which was equivalent to a normal battle for 1 or 2 days. Had they not been body refinement martial artists, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. If you can still block this saber, I will let you off today. Yan Qingwu's body was drenched in sweat. Her black and soft bangs stuck to her forehead, making her look even more charming. If it wasn't for her young age, she wouldn't have been able to display her charm to the fullest. Just bring it on. Li Fuchen was ready for battle. Boom! Yan Qingwu's qi presence surged. Streams of qi gathered in her palm and gathered on the black, curved saber, constantly compressing. This is a secret technique? Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Generally, things that could increase one's strength were either elixirs or secret techniques. She didn't consume elixirs, which meant she was using a secret technique. What star-grade secret technique was it? Black Moon Shine. Chapter 129. Danger. Intuition told Li Fuchen that if he couldn't block this saber, he would be severely injured. Revolving the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to its limits, the surging scarlet fire qi flowed into the black iron sword. The black iron sword suddenly lit up like a burning red iron sword, thrusting at the black light. TSS TSS. As the saber and sword clashed, the ground on both sides of Li Fuchen looked as though it was plowed as 2 cracks appeared. In the next moment, Li Fuchen was sent flying, and when he landed, he left a few charred footprints on the ground. What an incredible saber! Li Fuchen coughed. His opponent's saber force was formidable. Even after being split into 2 by his sword force, it was still able to leave a crack on the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if this blade missed its target. Worthy of being called a sword intent. Yan Qingwu's eyes retracted. She executed the 2-star secret technique, Sun Congregate Hand. This secret technique allowed more qi to be gathered on the palm and transferred to the inside of the curved saber. She had just learnt the Sun Congregate Hand and wasn't proficient in controlling it. If not, that saber would have been even more concentrated. Live well. I will claim your life next time. Sheathing the curved saber, Yan Qinggu executed her maneuvers and vanished into a nearby tunnel. PFFF. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen felt his internal injuries worsening. I wonder what kind of secret technique is this mystical dragon secret technique? Li Fuchen was getting more and more curious about the mystical dragon secret technique hidden within the Jade Buddha. The secret technique that the young lady executed just now increased her attack power by several folds. Had it not been for the lack of concentration, he would have been defeated by that saber. If he could learn a secret technique, his combat ability would increase tremendously and he would have an additional trump card. Of course, putting aside the study of the Jade Buddha, the first thing to do was to recuperate. Consuming a recuperation pill, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and began to revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. As his qi revolved, Li Fuchen's internal injuries were gradually alleviated. 2 hours passed. His injuries were more or less healed. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen retrieved the Jade Buddha from his chest. From the outside, the Jade Buddha didn't seem to have any abnormalities. But when qi was injected into it, Li Fuchen could see that the body of the Jade Buddha was filled with tiny spots. This is an acupoint diagram? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Among the densely packed dots, dozens of small dots lit up, and a thin line connected them. This should be the first level of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen followed the instructions and began to use his qi to open up each acupoint. As the last acupoint was opened, a simple acupoint diagram appeared within Li Fuchen's body. Pouring qi into it, Li Fuchen was surprised to find that this simple acupoint diagram had the effect of compressing qi. Boom! Bursting with qi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the ground not far away. With a cracking sound, the crushed stones on the ground flew in all directions. A deep sword mark that was 3 meters long and several inches wide appeared. The explosive power of his Jin Qi has increased by 20%. This is too terrifying. Just the first level could increase one's explosive power by 20%. If it was the third level, wouldn't it be more than 50%? Most importantly, the girl's secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her hands, while the mystical dragon's secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her entire body. The old man from the Zhen clan said that he was the only one in the entire Zhen clan who had cultivated the mystical dragon's secret technique to the first stage. Why is it that I have no difficulty cultivating it at all? After mastering the first rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen had some doubts. How could Li Fuchen know that the difficulty of secret techniques was originally lower than martial arts of the same level? But this mystical dragon's secret technique had a higher requirement for qi control. Without sufficient control, it would be impossible to attain perfection in the first rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique. But Li Fuchen's soul spirit was formidable and his qi control was much stronger than normal people. Which was why he was able to master it in one go. If it was a normal person, they would have to slowly train their qi control. After mastering the first rank, Li Fuchen began to study the second rank. The second rank was much more difficult than the first rank. It involved over 100 acupoints. Taking a look, the acupoint diagram vaguely resembled the shape of a dragon. At this moment, just qi control wasn't enough, one's perception was required too. With so many acupoints, if any of them weren't smooth enough, it would affect the overall effect of the compression. Even for Li Fuchen, he had to try and study again and again. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Li Fuchen finally grasped the key points. The most important thing for the mystical dragon's secret technique is to complete it in one go. There cannot be any pauses in between. Which is why the direction of the acupoint diagram has to be the fastest and smoothest. It shouldn't be the pursuit of extreme compression which would cause the acupoint diagram to twist and turn. After finding the crux, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the mystical dragon's secret technique suddenly increased. After the second week, Li Fuchen finally succeeded in cultivating the second rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique. As compared to the first rank, the second rank had a 50% increase in burst strength. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if he progressed from the 6th level to the 7th level of the origin realm, his qi burst strength wouldn't be as great. In other words, once he revolved the second rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength would actually be at the 7th level of the origin realm and not the 6th level. This secret technique is too terrifying. There is a huge difference between cultivating a secret technique or not. Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with emotions. With his current ability, unless he changed to a stronger technique or cultivated an even stronger sword art, the only way to increase his ability was to advance his cultivation level. Who would have expected that a single mystical dragon's secret technique would increase his overall ability by 50%? Luckily, I accepted this mission. If not, who knows when I would be able to obtain a secret technique. Li Fuchen rejoiced. In the Zhanglan sect, only under special circumstances, inner sect disciples could redeem secret techniques. And they could only redeem 1-star secret techniques. To redeem a 2-star secret technique, the sect would require you to do something for them. She should have left by now. Li Fuchen didn't intend to leave Mfeishue for now. He still wanted to soak in the pond that had a large amount of 1,000-year stone milk. Returning to the pond, Li Fuchen didn't dive into the water. Instead, he threw a piece of rock into the pond. After half a day, seeing that there wasn't any commotion, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and entered the water. As the days went by, Li Fuchen's physical strength didn't increase as fast as the first time he soaked in the pond. 31,000 kilograms. 32,000 kilograms. 33,000 kilograms. 35,000 kilograms. A few days later, Li Fuchen's physical strength had increased to 35,000 kilograms. I am almost at my limit. My body's qi and blood are starting to become impure. I need to purify my qi and blood before I can continue soaking. Li Fuchen felt that the energy within his body was in a mess. A lot of the stone milk energy was hidden within his flesh and bones and hadn't been completely converted. I better head back first and come back again if I have the chance. The feeling of being stuffed didn't feel good. 35,000 kilograms of physical strength, at least 2,000 kilograms of physical strength wasn't real and was supported by the stone milk energy. It was just like a regular person who consumed a huge supplement and had boundless strength. This strength didn't belong to the user and would dissipate after a period of time. Chapter 130. Zheng Clan. A month of waiting was unbearable for the upper echelons of the Zheng clan. The Jade Buddha was the Zheng clan's heirloom, the mystical dragon's secret technique was the Zheng clan's inherited secret technique. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to lose. If Li Fuchen failed, they wouldn't know what to do next. I wonder if young hero Li found the Wang brothers. In a 7-story pavilion, the Zheng clan's patriarch and veteran gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Fuchen's figure. Sigh. After looking for a long time, the veteran shook his head and was about to leave. Second uncle, look. Isn't that young hero Li? The Zheng clan's patriarch had an excited expression as he pointed into the distance. Let me see. The old man from the Zheng family hurriedly walked back. It's young hero Li, let's go welcome him. The veteran laughed heartily. Outside the Zheng clan's main entrance, the upper echelons of the Zheng clan formed 2 rows and went out to welcome. Young hero Li, I wonder if the Jade Buddha. The Zheng clan's patriarch asked carefully. Li Fuchen walked over and smiled, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Finishing his statement, he took out the Jade Buddha from his chest. Many thanks young hero Li, many thanks young hero Li. The Zheng clan's patriarch was overwhelmed with emotions as he received the Jade Buddha from Li Fuchen. Due to the need for the Jade Buddha to cultivate the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to temporarily stay at the Zheng clan. He intended to cultivate the mystical dragon's secret technique to the 3rd rank before returning. In case he had to return again. Young hero Li, your lunch. Outside the courtyard, 2 maids walked in with the meal. Put it on the stone table outside, I will eat later. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from within the house. Young hero Li sure is hardworking. It has been a week and he has been practicing his martial arts diligently. No wonder he has such ability. Sigh, if only my husband was young hero Li, stop dreaming. Our Zheng clan's young lady isn't worthy of young hero Li. You better give up. I was just saying. Placing down the meal, the 2 maids giggled and left. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly and shook his head. The third rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. After half a month, he still hadn't found the opportunity to break through. He reckoned that it would take at least 1 or 2 months before he could succeed. On this day, Li Fuchen was still cultivating. Dozens of miles away from the Zheng family, a group of people riding demonic blood horses were galloping towards the Zheng family. Young Master Qingyang, this Zheng family head really refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's the Zheng family's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a fancy to the Zheng family's young lady, Zheng Wei. That's right. The young lady of the Lu family dared to disobey young Master Qingyang. In the end, she still obediently became young Master Qingyang's concubine. The leader riding on the rank 2 demonic blood horse was a young man in his 30s. He had a horse face and a bulbous nose. He wasn't ugly, but he made people feel uncomfortable. The 2 men beside him kept flattering the young man. The young man's name was Ma Qingyang. He said viciously, "The young lady of the Lu family didn't obey me, so I tortured her for a month. This young lady of the Zheng family didn't obey me, so I will bring her back and torture her for 3 months." His Ma clan was one of the 3 major clans of Lin Sha City. Within the clan, there were 3 Earth Realm martial artists and plenty of Ma clansmen that entered the Azure Water sect. In the entire Lin Sha City, apart from the other 2 major clans, no one dared to offend the Ma clan. "Young Master Qingyang, we've arrived at the Zheng family. Charge in." Ma Qingyang didn't slow down as he charged into the Zheng clan. With so many people rushing in, the Zheng clansmen were in a panic. Patriarch Zheng forced a smile and walked to Ma Qingyang, who was riding the demonic blood horse. He cupped his fist and asked, "Young Master Qingyang, what brings you to the Zheng clan today?" Ma Qingyang didn't reply. The man beside him snorted, "Bring your daughter out. Our young Master Qingyang wants to bring her back to the Ma clan. Prepare 100,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift. If not, you will be held accountable." Patriarch Zheng suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke in a soft voice, "Logically speaking, it is my daughter's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a liking to my daughter. But my daughter already has someone else in her heart, so... How dare you? Do you know that young Master Qingyang is the only grandson of the founder? If you dare to be so long-winded, I will eradicate your Zheng clan." Another man drew his sword and roared. Patriarch Zheng was the patriarch of a clan after all and had never suffered such humiliation before. He spoke in a rigid tone, "Does the city lord know about your Ma clan's misdeeds?" Facing Fiend City's #1 clan was undoubtedly the city lord's Su clan. Hearing this, Ma Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You dare to use the city lord's name to suppress me? Do you want to die?" "I don't dare, but don't force me either." Patriarch Zheng didn't believe that the Ma clan would dare to eradicate his Zheng clan. The Azure Water sect was a righteous sect and its territory was relatively peaceful. For a major clan to eradicate a minor clan, unless it was done secretly and without anyone knowing, the city lord would definitely intervene. After all, if such a thing happened in the city under his jurisdiction, his prestige would be tarnished. He, eradicating your Zheng clan? I am not that foolish. But bringing you back for interrogation is still within my capabilities. Everyone listen up, Patriarch Zheng plotted to murder one of my Ma clan's clansmen. Now that we have caught the evidence, bring him back for interrogation immediately. Anyone who disobeys shall be crippled. Ma Qingyang waved his hand and spoke with a stern expression. You dare. The veteran of the Zheng clan walked out from the grand hall and shouted in anger. Why wouldn't we dare? Our Ma clan is the sky of facing Fiend City. If you dare to disobey the Ma clan, then prepare for the worst. Following Ma Qingyang's command, 4 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists came down from the demonic blood horse and surrounded the Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch. Patriarch Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy. Too arrogant and lawless. Father. Right at this moment, an elegant young lady rushed over anxiously. Wei why are you out? Hurry up and go back in. Patriarch Zheng's expression changed. Since you're already out, why go back in? Zheng Wei, your father has committed a crime, and he's going back to the Ma clan with me. It's best if you come along as well. Who knows, you might be able to lessen your father's suffering. If you serve me well, it's not impossible for me to let your father go. Ma Qingyang was lustful as he grinned. I will follow you back, but you have to let my father go. Zheng Wei had a look of resignation. Wei heir, you can't. Patriarch Zheng was burning with anxiety. Your father spoke rudely and violated my taboo. But I can give him a chance. Let him kneel down and beg me. Ma Qingyang didn't get off his horse and spoke in a condescending tone. Damn it. Patriarch Zheng was about to risk his life. Such arrogance. Who gave you the guts to strut around here? Right at this moment, a figure walked into the Zheng clan's front yard. Little bastard, do you want to die? How dare you call young Master Qingyang a dog? A man drew his sword and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he executed a palm strike. With a blinding red light, the man was instantly turned into a charcoal and was sent flying. Seeing the scene, the Ma clansmen were flabbergasted. This man actually dared to kill their Ma clansman. This man had committed a grave crime and no one could save him. Now that the city lord was here, they had their reasons. Where did this bastard come from? Slaughter him. Ma Qingyang roared. Kill. Chapter 131. Peng, 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 a series of collisions could be heard. The Ma clansmen that rushed at Li Fuchen were all sent flying with broken bones and charred chests. You are dead meat. Even the heavens can't save you for killing my Ma clansmen. Kneel down and confess your sins while you still have a chance. Once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Ma Qingyang spoke with a stern expression. Even a sect wouldn't dare to say such words. A mere Ma clan dares to talk about the heavens? Li Fuchen didn't even bother about the Ma clan. With his current status and ability, such a city-class clan was nothing in his eyes. Only the Earth Realm martial artist behind them could make Li Fuchen slightly apprehensive. You are courting death. Let this old man teach you how to behave. One of the Ma clansmen who was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm drew his sword and used a sharp sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Pang! The veteran came and went quickly. He was sent flying by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. The three of you come at me together and kill me. Ma Qingyang spoke with a sinister expression. In front of everyone, Ma Qingyang wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Kill. 3 9th level Origin Realm martial artists worked together to kill Li Fuchen. 9th level Origin Realm martial artists were rare even in the Ma clan. There were only a dozen of them and Ma Qingyang brought 4 of them just in case. The one who attacked first was the weakest. Overestimating yourself. Li Fuchen didn't make a move and revolved the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique. A layer of fiery red qi emerged from his body and formed a qi protection. The 3 of them froze in mid-air. The swords in their hands couldn't even penetrate Li Fuchen's qi protection. How is this possible? One of the 3 was shocked and couldn't believe his own eyes. You are a Tsanglan inner sect disciple. The other one seemed to have thought of something and asked with fear. Only a Tsanglan inner sect disciple could withstand the combined attack of the 3 of them with just a qi protection. If it was a regular 6th level Origin Realm martial artist, they would have been dead by now. Get lost. Li Fuchen spat out a single word. With a burst of qi, the blazing scarlet fire qi sent the 3 of them flying and causing them to vomit blood. Such strength. The Zheng clansmen were all shocked and flabbergasted. At the same time, a sense of awe and envy arose in his heart. If they were this strong, why would the Ma family bully them like this? You, Ma Qingyang pointed at Li Fuchen and couldn't utter a single word. You what you? Get off the horse. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, Ma Qingyang tumbled off the demonic blood horse, looking extremely pathetic. He couldn't stand the sight of such domineering and unreasonable disciples. Back in Yunwu City, the disciples of the Shinta clan, Yang clan and Guan clan were all like this. This Ma Qingyang was even worse than them. You dare hit me? Do you know that my grandfather is the Ma clan's founder and is at the second level of the Earth realm? My cousin brother is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. My uncle is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. You are dead meat. Ma Qingyang had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been treated like this? He was so angry that his mind was in a mess, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! Li Fuchen kicked at Ma Qingyang's abdomen and sent him flying. Furthermore, a scarlet fire qi invaded and damaged Ma Qingyang's lower body meridians. Without any miraculous pills or experts to treat him, he would lose all interest in women for the rest of his life. If you don't leave now, I will take your head. Li Fuchen said coldly. Young Master Qingyang, let's go. One of the 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists who was severely injured by Li Fuchen helped Ma Qingyang up and said, a wise man knows when to retreat. With their ability, they couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. They were afraid that Ma Qingyang would infuriate Li Fuchen and incite his killing intent. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's return to the Ma clan first. Just you wait. Ma Qingyang could only feel the pain in his lower body. With a ruthless statement, he led the demonic blood horse and left the Zheng clan. In just a short moment, the Ma clansmen were all gone, leaving behind a charred corpse. Many thanks to young hero Li for your kindness. The Zheng clan patriarch and veteran bowed in gratitude. The Zheng clan patriarch's daughter, Zheng Wei, bowed too. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Beauties love heroes. This was an unchanging rule since the ancient times. In this world where the strong ruled, who wouldn't wish for their husband to be an unparalleled hero who could protect them for life? Li Fuchen waved his hand. I will still be staying here for a period of time. Just prepare some good wine and food. Finishing his statement, he turned and walked back to his own courtyard. The third rank acupoint diagram of the mystical dragon's secret technique is obviously in the shape of a dragon. Could it contain a trace of the dragon's mystical ability? Looking at the hundreds of lit-up acupoints within the Jade Buddha, Li Fuchen went into deep thought. Dragon was the strongest demonic beast in this world. It could call the wind and summon the rain. It could be big or small. It could roam the void and dominate the universe. It could reach the 9 underworlds and communicate with ghosts and gods. It was almost omnipotent. Even the term demonic beast couldn't be used to describe a dragon. It should be described as a divine beast. But no one had ever seen a dragon. It wasn't even known if a dragon existed. It only existed in legends and myths. Li Fuchen found it hard to associate the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique with a dragon. After all, the difference between the two was too huge. A 9-star secret technique was more like it. 3 days later, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to comprehend the 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. At this moment, Ma Qingyang and his group had already returned to the Ma clan. Grandfather, you have to help me. Ma Qingyang knelt in front of a veteran dressed in luxurious clothes and cried bitterly. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes helped Ma Qingyang up and spoke in a cold voice, how dare you? So what if you are an inner sect disciple of the Azure Water sect? My Ma clan isn't a nobody in the Azure Water sect. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes was the Ma clan's founder, Ma Taichung, a 2nd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Grandfather, I got kicked by him. My lower body feels numb and swollen. Ma Qingyang recalled something and suddenly said. Let me see. Ma Taichung reached out and pressed on Ma Qingyang's abdomen. A moment later, Ma Taichung's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What a vicious little bastard. He actually dared to end my only grandson's lineage. If I don't take revenge, how am I supposed to be a man? As his qi entered Ma Qingyang's body, Ma Taichung could clearly feel that the meridians on Ma Qingyang's abdomen were scorched and withered. A scorching qi presence even damaged the internal organs. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover completely. After all, the meridians on the lower body were already weak and couldn't bear any damage. Grandfather, have I lost my ability as a man? Hearing this, Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. Don't worry, it isn't impossible to heal. Follow me to the Zheng clan first. I want to settle the score with this little bastard. Ma Taichung clenched his teeth. The most important thing for a clan was the bloodline. If this generation couldn't do it, they could wait for the next generation. But to sever the bloodline was the same as severing the clan's inheritance. This hatred wasn't inferior to killing one's father or stealing one's wife. 3 days later, boom! The Zheng clan's main door was smashed. Under Ma Taichung's lead, a group of over a dozen men entered the Zheng clan. Where is that little bastard? Come out now. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire Zheng clan and even reached the courtyard where Li Fuchen was at. Why are there so many fools in this world? Chapter 132. Under Ma Taichung's aura, everyone from the Zheng family trembled in fear. Even the Zheng family's patriarch and the Zheng family's elder were pale, not daring to utter a single word. In the martial Dao realm, every great realm was separated by a chasm. Especially when one reached the Disha realm, they would be able to use their aura. The aura was a combination of one's cultivation aura and one's spirit will. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under normal circumstances, 7 to 8 9th level origin realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat a first level earth realm martial artist. It wasn't because they didn't have enough ability, but because they didn't have enough battle intent. Under the envelopment of an earth realm martial artist's chi presence, it would be considered good if they could utilize 60% to 70% of their ability. Of course, if there were more 9th level origin realm martial artists, then it would be hard to say. With more people, the imposing aura would be stronger. Against an army of thousands, even a heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to use his imposing aura to resist. Where is that little bastard? Ma Taichung questioned the Zheng clan's patriarch and the Zheng clan's elder. You are already so old. Why aren't you enjoying yourself at home and running out to spew dog shit? Li Fuchen walked out slowly. Little bastard, don't be so sharp-tongued. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Ma Taichung's qi pressured towards Li Fuchen. Against Ma Taichung's qi presence, Li Fuchen ignored it. Your qi presence is too weak. With just this bit of qi presence, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself. Based on Ma Taichung's qi presence, Li Fuchen reckoned that he cultivated a peak tier, yellow class technique. Perhaps when he was young, he had also entered the Azure Water sect. Of course, when he was young, he was most likely a servant disciple or an outer sect deacon disciple. He did not have the opportunity to come into contact with a profound level cultivation technique. In order to cultivate a mystic class cultivation technique, one either had to become an inner sect disciple and exchange large amounts of contribution points or join the Zhanglan army. In short, there weren't many options. Ma Taichung originally didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen with his qi presence, he just wanted to test his opponent. Seeing that his qi presence was ineffective, he burst forth with qi and intended to make a move. Old dog, it just so happens that I also want to test the power of the secret method, so I'll use you as an example. The 14th level of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Art revolved. The second level of the Mystical Dragon secret technique was activated. Boom! Li Fuchen's qi presence rushed into the sky and didn't seem to be any weaker than Ma Taichung. The quality of his qi presence seemed to be above Ma Taichung's and contained an indescribable prowess. What? He has cultivated the Mystical Dragon secret technique to the second stage. The old man from the Zheng family was dumbfounded. When cultivating the Mystical Dragon secret technique, one's aura would contain a special kind of majesty. This kind of majesty could increase the pressure of one's aura. He had only cultivated the mystical dragon's secret technique to the first level, so this kind of special prestige was very faint and of little use. But Li Fuqian's qi presence contained a special prowess that was more than 10 times stronger than him. He had obviously cultivated the mystical dragon's secret technique to the second level. Peerless genius. The old man from the Zheng family took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the dizziness. Ma Taichung's pupils constricted. He had a bad feeling about this. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. He had to take down the other party first. Drawing his sword, Ma Taichung used the Ardent Wind sword style to attack Li Fuqian. Meteor fall. Li Fuqian thrust his sword over. Pop! In the front yard of the Zheng family, a strong gust of wind blew, and everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind. He can actually block my blade. What kind of monster is this little bastard? Ma Taichung's scalp went numb. He was a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. When dealing with a 6th-level Origin Realm martial artist, he didn't even need to make a move. With a wave of his hand, he could send his opponent flying. No wonder he is a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. Putting aside the cultivation level, Li Fuqian's other qualities were much superior than his opponent. Even if a yellow class, peak tier technique was cultivated to the highest rank, it would only be equivalent to a 7th rank, mystic class, mid-tier technique. Li Fuqian was 7 ranks higher than his opponent. In terms of physical strength, his opponent's physical strength was at most 1,000 kilograms, while Li Fuqian had 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. In terms of sword arts, his opponent cultivated a yellow class, peak-tier sword art, while Li Fuqian cultivated a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It was already at the trance stage and had developed sword intent. But with so many advantages, it could only make up for Li Fuqian's disadvantage in cultivation level. After all, there was a difference of 5 levels between the two of them, and there was still the huge barrier from the Origin Realm to the Earth Realm. Cling, clang, clang. The two of them crossed swords. The speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Dance of Ardent Wind. Suddenly, Ma Taichung's long sword revolved and a sword chi swirled towards Li Fuqian like a tornado. Let's see how you block this. After releasing this blade, Ma Taichung sneered. He wasn't a brute. In the Tao of battle, one had to know how to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Li Fuqian might be strong, but he couldn't release his qi, which was his greatest advantage. I might be able to release my qi, but it isn't as strong as my opponent. Might as well not waste my qi. Activating the second rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuqian could already release his qi, but he didn't want to. Executing the shadowless leg, Li Fuqian was like a shadow, dodging the sword qi. After dozens of moves, the two of them were still in a stalemate. Among the Ma clansmen, Ma Qingyang was flabbergasted. How could this be? It shouldn't be. He couldn't understand the world of prodigies, and even more so, the world of demons. As the battle raged on, Li Fuqian fell into a strange state of mind. He felt as though something was being nurtured within his body. As the battle got more intense, this feeling got more intense. Is it the mystical dragon's secret technique? Soon enough, Li Fuqian found the reason. The mystical dragon's secret technique was a combat secret technique. Only through battle could one comprehend it faster. Especially from the second rank to the third rank, one would need to experience at least 100 battles. Multitasking, he immersed his consciousness into his body while battling with Ma Taichung. Hundreds of acupoints were flickering. The mystical dragon's secret technique wasn't the same as a cultivation technique. It didn't need to be circulated at all times. As long as the acupoints were activated, qi would flow into the acupoints and it would naturally circulate, increasing the burst strength of the qi. Of course, as a result, the qi consumption would increase exponentially, or even by several folds. The dragon fights in the wilderness, its blood shall be yellow and black. Not knowing why, Li Fuqian's heart suddenly came up with a very old saying. Little brat, I don't know what secret technique you use to increase your ability. But this secret technique will definitely consume a lot of qi. Let's see how long you can last. Ma Taichung wasn't in a hurry anymore. There was no point in being anxious, the most important thing was the result. Is that so? Li Fuqian let out a mysterious smile. With his exceptional perception, just a single battle allowed him to comprehend the crux of the third rank of the mystical dragon's secret technique. Of course, the long period of comprehension was also very useful. Indistinctly, an extremely dignified roar of a beast could be heard. What is that sound? Ma Taichung was frightened. This is the sound of your defeat. Li Fuqian laughed loudly, as a horrifying qi presence rushed into the sky. Under the shroud of this qi presence, it was as though a giant dragon was cruising around. Their spirit willpower went into a trance and didn't dare to move. Third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique? The Zheng veteran had his mouth wide open and couldn't close it. Defeat. Li Fuqian felt as though his qi was about to combust, turning into magma that flowed within his body. Executing meteor fall, a meteor shot out from the sky. Chapter 133. Puff. The meteor pierced through his body, and Ma Taichung froze in place. Whatever protective qi, whatever demonic beast leather armor, they were all useless at this moment. All of them were pierced by the sword. With a swing of the black iron sword, another sword qi flew out and severed Ma Qingyang's arm. Li Fuqian spoke in an indifferent tone, from today onwards, if any Ma clansman dares to step into the Zheng clan, kill without mercy. He didn't kill Ma Taichung. Of course, Ma Taichung would be half-crippled even if he didn't die. Similarly, he didn't kill Ma Qingyang. Cutting off one of his arms was a warning to him. Go, let's go. The Ma clansmen no longer dared to be arrogant. They carried Ma Taichung and Ma Qingyang and left in a hurry. Everyone from the Zheng clan felt like they were in a dream. The Ma clan had come to the Zheng clan twice, and both times, they were beaten to the point of fleeing like dead dogs. And the root cause of all of this was this young man before him. A single person and a single sword had caused the Ma clan to flee in a sorry state. They probably wouldn't dare to come to the Zheng clan in the future. How awe-inspiring. How glorious it was. Be it man or woman, old or young, everyone looked at Li Fuqian with eyes of reverence. Young hero Li, I can't thank you enough. Although the Zheng family is a small family and can't help young hero Li much, in the future, as long as young hero Li says the word, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The head of the Zheng clan and the elder of the Zheng clan walked over and bowed with cupped fists. Their upper bodies were so low that they were almost touching the ground. The Zheng clan was indebted to Li Fuqian. Retrieving the Jade Buddha was a kindness. Getting rid of the Ma family was another favor. Without Li Fuqian, they didn't know what would happen to the Zheng clan. Perhaps they would decline and vanish without a trace. Li Fuqian said, I don't owe you any favors. I am just returning the favor. Don't mention this matter again. A 3-star secret technique was enough to repay this favor. Li Fuqian had a balance in his heart and wasn't willing to take advantage of the Zheng clan. Hearing the statement, the Zheng clansman's impression of Li Fuqian rose from reverence to reverence. This was a true swordsman. His character was like jade, and he was transparent and upright. After cultivating the mystical dragon's secret technique to the 3rd rank, Li Fuqian intended to leave. However, he did not intend to return to the sect just yet. He wanted to head to the soaring snow mountain range again. He had already completely refined the power of the stalactite within his body. This time, he had to cultivate the hidden blood body refinement technique to the grand perfection realm. Mount Feishue. Inside the giant peak. The karst cave was dozens of meters tall. Giant stalactites hung down like the awl of a deity, about to pierce through the earth. Beside the pool, Li Fuqian threw a stone into it. Seeing that there was no reaction, Li Fuqian took off his clothes and jumped in. There was only half a month left until the end of Li Fuchen's third year as an inner sect disciple. Li Fuchen finally cultivated the hidden blood body technique to completion and his physical strength reached 40,000 kilograms. It's time to return to the sect. If he didn't hand in the mission within a year, or if he couldn't complete the mission, he would be punished. Even though the punishment was only some contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't want to be punished. A few days after Li Fuchen left, Yan Qinggu arrived at Mount Flying Snow. You actually dare to come again? Yan Qinggu's face was as cold as ice. There was a limit to the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water. Compared to the previous time, the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water had decreased by at least 30%. Don't let me see you again. After taking off her clothes, the dazzling white Yan Qinggu jumped into the pond and sank to the bottom. The third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique sure is mystical. The first and second rank is about compressing qi, but the third rank is about transforming qi. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it until the battle with Ma Taichong. While on his way back, Li Fuchen couldn't help but recall everything that happened during this period of time. Obtaining the mystical dragon secret technique was undoubtedly his opportunity. This 3-star secret technique was too formidable. When he cultivated it to the second rank, his chi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 7th level of the origin realm. When he cultivated it to the third rank, his chi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 8th level of the origin realm. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference between the strong and the weak when advancing to the next rank. When the weak advanced to the next rank, there was a limit to the increase in ability. When Li Fuchen advanced to the next rank, the difference in ability was like heaven and earth. A single secret technique allowed his combat strength to reach the 8th level of the origin realm. It was unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was normal. The first and second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique was about compressing qi. The third rank was about transforming the scarlet fire qi into an even stronger type of qi. Li Fuchen named this type of qi as mystical dragon qi. Or it could also be called fire dragon qi. The fire dragon qi was domineering like magma. It wasn't in a gaseous state, but a half-liquid state. With this mystical dragon secret technique, I can at least save a year of hard work. Fate sure is unpredictable. Shaking his head with a smile, Li Fuchen tightened his grip on the Class 2 demonic blood horse's abdomen to increase its speed. On the last day of his third year as an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen returned to the Zhanglan sect. After submitting his mission, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief as he almost didn't have time to submit his mission. Walking out of the mission hall and passing through a small path, Li Fuchen saw Guanilong, Yang Ao, and Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi was interrogating the two of them. Guanilong, Yang Ao, Fuchen has yet to return. Did you do something? Li Tianshi shouted angrily. Yang Ao and Guanilong snorted. Li Tianshi, is your brain damaged? How dare you behave atrociously in front of us? What's more, that bastard is just a normal bone frame. It would be best if he died outside. At least he could purify your Li clan's bloodline. The two of them were certain that Li Fuchen was dead. But they didn't think that it was their clan's inner sect deacon apprentices who killed him. There were over a dozen inner sect deacon apprentices from the 3 clans and they had yet to return. They were probably dead outside. They assumed that it was the Liao clan who sent someone to kill Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen had yet to return. Since Li Fuchen was already dead, they naturally had nothing to fear. Previously, they were actually a little afraid of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who defeated Liao Tianjun, had already become their nightmare, causing them to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. You are all shameless. Li Tianshi felt sorrow in his heart. No matter what, he was still a descendant of the Li clan and wished for the Li clan to prosper. But Li Fuchen undoubtedly had the potential to become a direct disciple of the Zhanglan sect and bring honor to his ancestors. Guanilong laughed sinisterly. Li Tianshi, you better take care of yourself first. The weather is unpredictable. Who knows when you will be dead too? That's right. Be careful when you walk next time. Don't fall to your death. Yang Ao mocked. The two of you are in such a good mood. A familiar voice could be heard. Yang Ao and Guanilong were stunned and turned to look. Immediately, the two of them had a face of fear. Fuchen, you are back. Li Tianshi was delighted. Nodding slightly at Li Tianshi, Li Fuchen looked at Guanilong and Yang Ao with a cold gaze. Are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Guanilong swallowed his saliva and forced himself to speak. I am saying, are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen's voice got louder. The loud volume caused Guanilong and Yang Ao's legs to tremble. Li Fuchen, don't be reckless. This is the sect. Yang Ao took a look behind him and had the intention to retreat. Kneel. Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky, as his right hand pressed towards the two of them. Patter, patter. Chapter 134. Li Fuchen, you dare to humiliate me. The veins on Guanilong's face bulged as he roared. Li Fuchen, do you know the consequences of your actions? Yang Ao almost went crazy. Since young, when had he ever knelt to anyone? He didn't expect to kneel in front of Li Fuchen today. At this moment, the two of them weren't thinking about how Li Fuchen's ability could be so strong, which was several-fold stronger than when he fought with Liao Tianjun. The only thing they could think about was their pride. Fuchen's strength? Li Tianshi realized that he couldn't understand Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen's improvement in ability was too fast. After a short period of time, Li Fuchen would improve by a huge margin. Only a short period of time had passed and Li Tianshi was already this strong. So what if I humiliate you? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Fuchen, what are you doing? Right at this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Li Fuchen and Li Tianshi looked up. It was the Shintu clan's youth generation leader, Shintu Jianming. Shintu Jianming, what does this have to do with you? Li Tianshi was much bolder than before, and said bluntly. Shintu Jianming stared coldly at Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? In the Zhanglan sect, he, Shintu Jianming, may not be considered much. But in front of the other three major clans descendants of Yunwu City, he, Shintu Jianming, was the heavens. As long as Shintu Jianhe was in power, his status would always be higher than the other three major clans' descendants. Shintu Jianming, if you don't want to lose face, scram. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to be polite with Shintu Jianming. The city lord's family clan or the Shintu family clan were nothing in his eyes. In the past, when he was in Cloud Fog City, he had fantasized about the day when he entered a sect and had some achievements. He would definitely fight against the three major clans. But now, he had already given up on fighting the three great clans. He only wanted to crush the three great clans because the three great clans were not worthy of fighting him. When he returns to Cloud Fog City, it will be the time when the three major clans tremble. What did you say? Shintu Jianming pointed at Li Fuchen and trembled with anger. I told you to get lost. Li Fuchen shouted coldly. Li Fuchen, do you know who you are talking to? Are you trying to rebel? Aren't you afraid my Shintu family clan will punish your Li family? Shintu Jianming's face was livid as he revealed his killing intent. The Shintu family clan is nothing. Since you are not going to scram, then come over and kneel down. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, an invisible chi force forced Shintu Jianming to kneel. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. I want you dead. Shintu Jianming's eyes were red. Pa 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 pa, Li Fuchen gave his opponent a few dozen slaps in one breath, causing his opponent to look like a pig's head. Fuchen, wouldn't doing this, Li Tianshi was still afraid of the Shintu family clan as he hesitated. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, don't worry, I know my limits. The three great families had been arrogant for so many years, and it was time for them to pay the price. Unfortunately, it was not yet time. The commotion here was a little big. In just a short while, dozens of inner sect disciples had gathered and were pointing at Shintu Jianming and the other two. Isn't that Li Fuchen? Why is it that every time I see him, something big happens? I wonder how these three offended Li Fuchen. They were actually forced to kneel down. What a disgrace. Who asked Li Fuchen to be so domineering? Even Liao Tianjun Shixiang suffered a loss and lost an arm. Just you wait. The Liao clan's revenge will come sooner or later. The world always sympathized with the weak and couldn't stand Li Fuchen's dominance. Dominion Sword Shixiang, what happened over there? Let's go take a look. A few hundred meters away, a few inner sect disciples were walking together. Leading them was Dominion Sword, Lu Wuhuang. Dominion Sword, Lu Wuhuang was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He was the most famous in the inner sect, even more so than Yuan Tian. After all, Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame and so was he. Most importantly, he was older than Yuan Tian. In just a short period of time, he would progress to the Earth Realm and become a direct disciple. In just a short moment, they arrived at the crowd and saw the three kneeling on the ground. They also saw Li Fuchen. It's Li Fuchen. One of the disciples beside Lu Wuhuang was shocked. This Li Fuchen is too much. Asking people to kneel. Who does he think he is? A normal bone frame acting like a 5-star bone frame. I can't stand it. Dominion Sword Shixiang, why don't you go and take care of this? At the same time, you can take down Li Fuchen's reputation. To be honest, Lu Wuhuang couldn't stand Li Fuchen either. With his title of Dominion Sword, he was naturally domineering. But he could be domineering. But he couldn't stand others being domineering. Stepping out of the crowd, Lu Wuhuang ignored Li Fuchen and arrived in front of Shintu Jianming. The three of you can leave. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is never too late. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Finishing his sentence, he released his chi presence to neutralize Li Fuchen's chi presence. Li Fuchen laughed, this Shixiang, aren't you being a busybody? If it was a regular person, even if they provoked him, he wouldn't have asked them to kneel. After all, it was too humiliating. But why would Li Fuchen care about the feelings of these people who wanted to kill him? If this was the outside world, he would have already killed the three of them. Lu Wuhuang turned around and said indifferently, do you like to ask people to kneel? Li Fuchen didn't reply. You are strong enough to make them kneel. If I am strong enough, can I make you kneel too? Lu Wuhuang's gaze was like a sword, penetrating the soul and giving off a strong pressure. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Fuchen replied. Oh, is that so? I would like to try. Lu Wuhuang's chi presence was getting stronger. An incomparably domineering chi presence, like the prestige of a king, shrouded Li Fuchen. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky as well. A prowess that could intimidate all beings, contended with Lu Wuhuang and even subtly suppressed him. Plop plop plop. Just as Shintu Jianming and the other two stood up, they were forced to kneel again by the chi presence of the two. For a moment, their minds were buzzing and they lost their wits. Damn it! Shintu Jianming clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't wait to return to Yunwu City and start a massacre at the Li clan. Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Lu Wuhuang's voice was indifferent. Li Fuchen replied, it seems you were the one who provoked me first. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to repent. Kneel down too. With Lu Wuhuang's sharp eyes, he could tell that within Li Fuchen's chi presence, there was something else mixed within it. His actual ability shouldn't be that strong. Pouring chi into his hands, Lu Wuhuang was about to make his move. All of you stop. Right at this moment, an inner sect elder who was passing by let out a cold snort. His voice immediately dispersed Li Fuchen and Lu Wuhuang's chi presence. Elder! Everyone got a shock and bowed with their hands. An inner sect elder wasn't the same as an outer sect elder, no one dared to disobey. All of you, disperse. Creating a ruckus here is unbecoming. This inner sect elder obviously had something to do. After leaving behind this statement, he walked into the mission hall. Consider yourself lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Lu Wuhuang stared at Li Fuchen with disdain and left. I shall wait for you. Li Fuchen didn't even look at Shen Tu Jianming and the other two and left with Li Tianshi. Such a pity, I didn't get to see Dominion Sword Shixiang teach Li Fuchen a lesson. It is a pity. But don't worry, the inner sect is only so big, Li Fuchen can't escape. I wonder what would happen if Li Fuchen kneels down. Seeing the main characters leave, everyone dispersed, leaving behind Shen Tu Jianming and the other two. Chapter 135. Fuchen, what is your ability now? Along the way, Li Tianshi was pleasantly surprised. Li Fuchen's ability was too strong. Forget about Yang Ao and Guanilong, but Shen Tu Jianming was at the 9th level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen was able to make Shen Tu Jianming kneel with ease. This method was 10 times stronger than defeating Shen Tu Jianming. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't answer. Tianshi Ji, in a few more days, you will be 36 years old. What plans do you have? The Zhanglan sect had a rule that if one could not break through to the earth realm before the age of 35, they would not be able to become a direct disciple. They would either be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice, or apply to the sect to return to the clan. Li Tianshi was already 35 years old. In a few more months, he would be 36, but he was only at the 8th level of the origin realm. Li Tianshi laughed bitterly, it is too difficult to become a direct disciple. Even a 3-star bone-frame disciple would not be able to become a direct disciple, let alone me. As for my future, I have not thought of it yet. His current feelings were complicated. After so many years, he was already used to the sect's lifestyle. If he left the sect, he would definitely not be able to adapt. But the inner sect deacon apprentice required a lot of work, he didn't know if he could adapt. Patting on Li Tianshi's shoulder, Li Fuchen said, Tianshi Ji, think about it carefully. If you have any difficulties, let me know. Maybe I can help. Many thanks. Li Tianshi was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. In the past, as the leader of the Li clan's youth generation, he could still maintain the demeanor of a senior. But now he felt like a junior, while Li Fuchen was the senior. As his soul spirit gradually turned pale blue, Li Fuchen noticed that his perception was improving bit by bit. He observed that during the transformation process, 10% of the soul spirit's color changed, but the increase in perception wasn't obvious. 20% of the soul spirit's color changed, but 10% of the soul spirit's color changed. Now that it was 90%, his perception had increased by 40%. Of course, he was just casually guessing. After all, perception was something that was too abstract. Maybe for a period of time, your perception would be strong, but after a period of time, your perception would weaken. Perception would be affected by the environment, and it was normal for it to fluctuate. 90% seems to be a threshold. After 90% of the soul spirit turned pale blue, the transformation speed slowed down by a few folds. Perhaps this is because my soul has changed from green to light blue. Light green souls and green souls were of the same color system, but the depth was different, so the transformation was faster. As for the color difference between a green soul and a light blue soul, it was normal for the difficulty of the transformation to be greatly increased. In the past, I've been using medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. It's time to use medicinal pills to increase my cultivation. Li Fuchen had a premonition that something big was going to happen soon. His ability was formidable, but no one would dislike being stronger. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuchen spent 20,000 contribution points to redeem a half-mystic class pill, the Flame Spirit Pill. The Blaze Spirit Elixir originally required 40,000 contribution points, but Li Fuqian was an inner sect prodigy, hence he only needed to pay half the price. In the courtyard, Li Fuqian consumed the bright red flame spirit pill and began to revolve the scarlet flame mystic technique to refine it. The half-mystic class elixir was indeed worthy of being called a half-mystic class elixir. The medicinal effects were extremely intense. Lumps of energy, like diluted magma, spread throughout Li Fuqian's body. Later stage of the 6th level of Origin Realm. Peak of 6th level of Origin Realm. Early stage of the 7th level of Origin Realm. In the middle of the night, an intense red light flashed. In the hidden room, the temperature rose sharply, even the miscellaneous items were set ablaze. Finally at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Except for the feeling of his chi being a little superficial, Li Fuqian didn't feel any discomfort. As for the problem of his chi being superficial, it shouldn't take long to solve. His Scarlet Flame Mystic technique was already at the 14th rank. Every time he revolved the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, his chi would be purified. Li Fuqian's premonition was very accurate. 3 days later, in the morning, dang 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 dang, in the inner sect, the melodious bell rang continuously. It rang a total of 7 times. The bell had a limit of 9 rings. Once it rang 9 times, it meant that the Tsang Lan sect's life or death moment had arrived and everyone had to gather. Of course, the bell that rang wouldn't be the inner sect bronze bell, but the Tsang Lan sect's treasure bell, the Tsang Lan bell. Ringing 7 times was also a major event and all the inner sect disciples had to be present. Upon hearing the bell, all the inner sect disciples gathered at the plaza in front of the inner sect grand hall. After 2 hours, close to 20,000 inner sect disciples were all present. At the entrance of the inner sect grand hall, inner sect grand elder Zhao Wujin stood with his hands behind his back. On both sides of him were inner sect elders. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Zhao Wujin spoke in a loud voice, "The reason why I have gathered everyone here is because of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain opens once every 5 years and will open again 3 months later. By then, as long as you are at the Origin Realm, you will be able to enter. But the quota is limited. Our Tsang Lan sect only has a quota of 10. Hence, only 10 inner sect disciples will be able to enter the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain." Just as Zhao Wujin finished his statement, the inner sect disciples' plaza exploded into a commotion. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain is finally opening. I have waited for so long. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain has countless of herbs. Mystic class herbs that are hard to find in the outside world are all over the place. Legends say that there are even earth class herbs inside. During the previous opening of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain, Sword Maniac Shixiang found a mystic class, peak tier herb, 9 elements herb. After consuming it, his cultivation broke through from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. He then slaughtered all the prodigies from the other sections. Sword Tiger Shixiang also found a mystic class, peak tier herb, red tiger herb and used it to cultivate a secret technique, mystic tiger transformation. Other than herbs, the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain also has plenty of precious ores. Yellow class ores are like cabbages in the market. There are plenty of mystic class ores too. If we can bring them back, I wonder how many contribution points we can exchange for. Everyone was talking at once, and their expressions were very excited. Hidden Domain of Heaven and Earth, 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with a glaring light. Hidden domains were the mystical spaces that were formed when the heaven and earth were born. The heaven and earth energy within were 10 times or even 100 times denser than the outside world. Herbs required a place with abundant spirit chi to grow. The higher the grade of the herb, the more it was so. Hidden domains were also separated into different levels, earth class and heaven class. Earth class hidden domains were already huge and had a radius of a few hundred miles. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain belonged to the Earth class hidden domain. Heaven class hidden domains were even bigger. Legends said that heaven class hidden domains were as big as a region. My fated chance is finally here. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang gave a conceited smile. In fact, he was already able to break through to the Earth realm. But in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he intentionally suppressed his cultivation level and didn't allow himself to advance. Gesturing for the crowd to be quiet, Zhao Wujin said, "The 100 Herbs hidden domain will only open in 3 months. Before that, we will have to decide the top 10 inner sect disciples. All inner sect disciples who are at or above the 7th level of the origin realm are eligible to participate. If you are in the top 10, you can choose a 2-star secret technique of your choice." Boom! The plaza was in an uproar again. Chapter 136. I must enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with determination. For the cultivation of the martial Tao, talent was important, but so were resources. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, there were countless mystic class herbs. Any one of them would allow his path of the martial Tao to be smoother. In the outside world, a stock of mystic class, low-tier herb would be worth 10,000 to 30,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, mid-tier herb would be worth 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, high-tier herb would be worth 200,000 to 500,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, peak-tier herb would be worth 1,500,000 to 3 million gold coins. If the herb was refined into a pill, the value would increase by another 10-folds. Even Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists were in need of mystic class herbs, let alone Origin Realm martial artists. A stock of mystic class, peak-tier herb was enough for 2 Heaven Realm martial artists to fight it out. If anyone dares to stop me from entering the 100 Herbs hidden domain, I will never forgive him. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with ambition. He was a 5-star bone frame and his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. He was currently at the 8th level of the origin realm. But he wanted to be even faster. Regular yellow class pills were no longer able to help him increase his cultivation level. They could only assist in his cultivation, but mystic class herbs could. 100 Herbs hidden domain. I am looking forward to it. Chen Fanghua had already broken through to the 9th level of the origin realm for a period of time. She naturally wanted to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. But she knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the top 10 of the inner sect. There were too many inner sect disciples who suppressed their cultivation to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Those 3-star bone frames were still alright, but 4-star bone frames were undoubtedly terrifying. According to Chen Fenghua's knowledge, there were at least a dozen 4-star bone frames who suppressed their cultivation for a few months or even more than a year just to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. In such a long period of time, they had accumulated a tremendous amount of cultivation. As per usual, the top 10 inner sect disciples will be decided by a tournament. The tournament will be held 3 days later. All of you better prepare well. Don't blame the heavens and the earth when you lose. Zhao Wujin continued. Elder, why can 7th and 8th level origin realm martial artists participate too? Isn't this a waste of time? An inner sect disciple who was at the peak stage of the origin realm raised an objection. Zhao Wujin smiled. If you're confident in yourself, then there's no need to care about these details. Naturally, there will be a screening round before the tournament. Only those who pass the screening round can participate in the tournament. Those inner sect disciples who had objections instantly stopped speaking when they heard this. Alright, let's disperse. In the next 3 days, everyone should work hard and strive to enter the top 10. After explaining, Zhao Wujin and the other inner sect elders left, leaving the excited inner sect disciples behind. Who do you think has a chance of entering the top 10? I don't know about the others, but I do know that senior brother Overlord Sword will definitely be in the top 10. There's no need for you to say that. Senior brother Overlord Sword is at least in the top 5. He might even be in the top 3 or even first place. Only those senior brothers who have suppressed their cultivation for a long time can match him. That's right. I heard that Xiao Shixiang could have advanced to the Earth realm over a year ago, but in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he forcefully suppressed it until now. Senior brother Bai as well. Yuan Shixiang has a high chance as well. He is a 5-star bone frame. Then do you guys think that Li Fuchen has a chance? I just noticed that Li Fuchen has progressed to the 7th level of the Origin Realm and is qualified to participate in the screening contest. Li Fuchen, just forget about him. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is no match for the top-ranked Shixiang. Any one of them can easily defeat Liao Tianjun Shixiang. Li Fuchen has no chance at all. What's the point of talking about him? In the plaza, everyone was in a heated discussion, occasionally looking at those popular figures. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Li Fuchen didn't mind. Ability was obtained through combat, not words. 3 days later, everything will be revealed. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly stopped. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang blocked his path. Seems like you have the intention to take the 100 Herbs hidden domain too. To be able to break through from the 6th level of the Origin Realm to the 7th level of the Origin Realm in such a short period of time. Lu Wuhuang spoke coldly. Li Fuchen didn't speak and listened quietly. I advise you to give up. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. He, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, had never been disobeyed before. He had always kept the incident that happened a few days ago in his heart. Li Fuchen laughed lightly. I don't know if you have heard of this saying before. Leave some leeway for future encounters. We originally didn't have any enmity between us, but you chose to make me your enemy. So what if I made you my enemy? What can you do to me? Lu Wuhuang was disdainful. Let me return the same words to you. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. 3 days later, I want to see how you are going to kick me off the stage. 3 days was a short period of time and Lu Wuhuang could afford to wait. Li Shidi, since when did you become enemies with Lu Wuhuang? Chen Fanghua was convinced by Li Fuchen. No matter where he went, there were enemies everywhere. It was as though he had enemies everywhere. Li Fuchen replied helplessly, maybe I am too outstanding. PFFF. Chen Fanghua couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Mingyue walked over. Chen Shiji, Li Fuchen is right. He is too outstanding, but he doesn't have a good bone frame. Which is why those equally outstanding individuals would view him as an enemy. Chen Fanghua nodded. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Zhao Mingyue said to Li Fuchen, you have to be careful. Lu Wuhuang may be domineering, but he is extremely capable. Even my grandfather said that he has the potential to create his own sword Dao. Li Fuchen nodded. Don't worry, I will not underestimate anyone. Of course, I will not overestimate anyone either. Li Fuchen had his own pride. Since this Lu Wuhuang insisted on provoking him, he would give him an unforgettable memory. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword. The more he practiced the meteor sword style, the more Li Fuchen felt that there was no end to the sword. Logically speaking, when the meteor sword style reached the trance stage and produced sword intent, it should have reached the pinnacle and couldn't be improved any further. But Li Fuchen felt that the appearance of the sword intent merely opened a door. After entering this door, one would gradually understand the profoundness of the sword Dao, the prowess and killing intent of the sword Dao. From the meteor sword intent, Li Fuchen could feel the quintessence of the meteor sword style. How could the meteors in the sky be comprehended by the meteor sword style? With a single slash, the giant or turned into a hornet's nest. 3 more than the previous time. Not bad. Li Fuchen nodded to himself. 3 days passed by in a flash. The screening test began. The screening test was simple. One just needed to leave an inch-deep mark on a 10-meter-tall, yellow class, peak tier ore. Of course, it was easier said than done. Chapter 137. The contest stage was filled with people. Most of the inner sect disciples were just here to watch the show. Only 20% of the inner sect disciples were qualified to participate. Let me try. An 8th level Origin Realm inner sect disciple stood up. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at the black iron ore. Clang! Sparks flew, but only a white mark appeared on the black iron ore. Unqualified, next. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening said coldly. It was extremely difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore. A few inner sect disciples who were at the peak of the Origin Realm could only leave a mark that was half an inch deep. Too difficult. In the entire inner sect, there aren't many who can do it. I estimate that there won't be more than 200. 200. TSK. There won't be more than 100. In the inner sect, other than the first-grade inner sect disciples, not many would use the oars to practice their sword. Even the first-grade inner sect disciples would normally only use yellow-class high-tier oars and below to practice their sword. Nobody expected that it would be so difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the yellow-class peak-tier black iron ore. Let me try. The one who spoke was Zhao Mingyue. In order to participate in the screening contest, Zhao Mingyue had consumed a half-mystic class elixir a month ago to increase her cultivation to the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Clang! Sparks flew and a shallow mark appeared on the black iron ore. Zhao Mingyue shook her head and walked down from the stage. Still not enough. One by one, the inner sect disciples that met the requirements went up the stage and walked down the stage dejectedly. Soon enough, more than 2,000 disciples had passed the test. Of the top 10 prodigies, except for Yuan Tian, the rest were all wiped out. None of them could leave an inch-deep mark. Yuan Tian went up. I wonder if he can pass. He should be able to. He is a 5-star bone frame and has a decent cultivation, at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. As the crowd discussed, Yuan Tian stood in front of the black iron ore. Unsheathing his sword, Yuan Tian used all his strength and slashed at the black iron ore. Kacha! Gravel flew and an inch-deep mark appeared. Yuan Tian, qualified. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening smiled and nodded. Until now, Yuan Tian was the only one who passed the test with a cultivation lower than the 9th level of the Origin Realm. So this is a 5-star bone frame. As expected, I can't compare. Gao Changtian sighed. Of the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect, now only Yuan Tian was able to compete. They were still too inexperienced. Ha, let me. A figure landed on the stage. It's senior brother Xiao Bieli. Senior brother Xiao will definitely pass the screening test. I just don't know how deep the mark he will leave on the profound iron Oregon. Xiao Libi's fame in the inner sect wasn't any weaker than Overlord Sword Lu Wuhuang. He had the title of the #1 disciple in the inner sect. Of course, this title was only temporary. Xiao Libi's strength was accumulated over time. His bone frame was only a 4-star bone frame and was incomparable to Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's 5-star bone frames. Kacha! Xiao Libi was indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple of the inner sect. His sword left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. This was the deepest mark he had left so far. It's my turn. Chen Fanghua tiptoed and floated towards the stage like a cloud. Break. Chen Fanghua had learned 2 types of mystic class, low-tier sword arts. One was the group attack, Myriad Blossom sword style, and the other was the Flying Flower sword style. The Flying Flower sword style had a strong attack power. A single blade left an inch-deep mark on the Xian iron ore. Chen Fanghua, qualified. Hearing the inner sect deacon's voice, Chen Fanghua let out a breath of relief. Chen Shiji, congratulations. As Chen Fanghua returned, Li Fuchen greeted. Chen Fanghua replied, I was lucky. As of now, there were only 30+ disciples who qualified. It was much lesser than what she expected. She felt that her chances were still rather high. Bai Shixiang went up. Luo Shixiang went up too. Too strong. How can he be an origin realm martial artist? The Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about had each left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. They were undoubtedly at the abnormal class. The inner sect sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Li Fuqian raised his brows. He had a feeling that Xiao Libi comprehended sword intent. He couldn't sense it normally, but when Xiao Libi made a move, Li Fuqian could feel a slight fluctuation of sword intent. Hence, Xiao Libi was probably hiding his true ability. As for the Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about, even if they didn't comprehend sword intent, they weren't far from it. If not, they wouldn't be able to leave a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. After all, this wasn't a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. The difficulty of leaving a 2-inch deep mark was a few times harder than leaving a 1-inch deep mark. Too weak, a bunch of weak chickens. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang walked out from the crowd. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang is finally making his move. Farewell Sword, Dominion Sword, White Water Sword, Mountain River Sword. These 4 Shixiang are undoubtedly the 4 experts of the inner sect. Everyone was excited. These 4 titles represented Farewell Sword Xiao Libi, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, White Water Sword Bai Tao, and Mountain River Sword Luo Yishan. The 4 of them were almost at the limits of the origin realm and were rather famous in the martial world. What's more, they had once killed an Earth realm martial artist. I wonder what stage Lu Shidi is at. Xiao Libi sized up Lu Wuhuang with curiosity. 3 steps in front of the black iron ore, Lu Wuhuang drew his black iron sword. All of you, watch carefully. Lu Wuhuang roared in his heart and slashed at the black iron ore. Pfff. Different from the others, the sound of Lu Wuhuang slashing at the black iron ore had an unstoppable willpower, as though he was cutting tofu. Sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk. Because he had also comprehended sword intent, he could clearly feel that Lu Wuhuang had just used sword intent. It was an extremely dominant sword intent, an invincible sword intent. Soaring Cloud sword intent. Soaring Cloud slash was the same as the meteor sword art. They were both extreme sword arts. The sword intent that was comprehended from the Soaring Cloud slash was extremely dominant. It had the willpower to look down on the world and slash everything in its path. 2, 8 inches, qualified. The inner sect deacon in charge of the screening was also stunned. He was an Earth realm martial artist, but up till now, he had yet to comprehend the sword intent. He didn't expect an inner sect disciple to comprehend sword intent. This was unbelievable. Did I hear it wrong? 2, 8 inches deep. Scary. Let me ask you, who else is a match for Dominion Sword Shixiang? Not even Xiao Shixiang. Including Chen Fanghua and Xiao Mingyue, everyone took in a deep cold breath. There was a huge difference between comprehending sword intent and not comprehending sword intent. After comprehending sword intent, the lethality of a sword art would increase by at least 2 to 3 folds. How was one going to fight? You wouldn't even be able to block a single blade. Li Shidi, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Chen Fanghua muttered. It's my turn. Li Fuqian let out a faint smile and walked up the stage. So what if he comprehended sword intent? Chapter 138. A mere 7th level origin realm martial artist dares to embarrass himself? From what I see, he is not qualified. I heard he has a conflict with Dominion Sword Shixiang. Then he is doomed. A simple blade from Dominion Sword Shixiang would be able to turn him into a dog. Let's wait and see. I would like to see how deep a mark he can leave on the black iron ore. At this moment, Li Fuqian was the center of attention. But those who looked at him were all doubtful gazes. Even Chen Fanghua wasn't optimistic about Li Fuqian's chances. It wasn't that she didn't think that Li Fuchen could leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore, but she didn't think that Li Fuchen could escape unscathed from the hands of Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang. After all, after the screening contest was the tournament for the tournament. With Lu Wuhuang's dominance, he would definitely obstruct Li Fuchen. Arriving at the front of the black iron ore, Li Fuchen sized it up. After being tested by over 3,000 people, the black iron ore was filled with crisscrossed scars. I have yet to test it on the black iron ore. I wonder how deep a mark I can leave without using the mystical dragon's secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't have much confidence in the unknown and could only try his best. Taking half a step back and finding the optimal attacking distance, Li Fuchen made his move. No one could see Li Fuchen's action. They could only see Li Fuchen's right hand moving a little. A stream of light fell from the sky like a meteor and penetrated into the black iron ore. That instant burst of intent was enough to make one's mind tremble. PFFF. A hole the width of 2 fingers appeared on the mystic iron ore, and fine sand flowed out. This is sword intent. Chen Fenghua's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it. Such a fearsome sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk into a dot. If Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent was dominant and unstoppable, then Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was the extreme speed and lethality. The former was unstoppable, while the latter made one at a loss. Bai Tao and Luo Yishan looked at each other with a feeling of helplessness as the new generation replaced the old. Is he still human? Everyone was flabbergasted and felt a burning pain on their faces. Comprehending sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. He is comparable to sword maniac Shixiang. That's right. Sword maniac Shixiang also comprehended sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. His sword Dao comprehension is comparable to senior brother sword maniac. He's simply a demon. After Li Fuchen burst out with sword intent, everyone no longer despised Li Fuchen. They weren't qualified to despise Li Fuchen. No one could despise Li Fuchen. If you wanted to despise Li Fuchen, you had to at least comprehend sword intent. Otherwise, what right do you have to despise Li Fuchen? Interesting. No wonder you dare to disobey me. So, you have comprehended the sword will. I have underestimated you. But, you have the sword will, so do I. Furthermore, my cultivation base is 2 levels higher than yours. Lu Wuhuang's face darkened as he thought to himself. Damn it. Yuan Tian's expression was even darker than Lu Wuhuang's. His mystic class low-tier sword art had also reached the perfection realm, but there was still a huge gap between it and the perfection realm. Li Fuchen once again walked in front of him. The inner sect deacon was shocked. He took out a long and thin ruler and probed it. 2 inches, 2 inches 9 inches. The inner sect deacon spoke with a trembling voice. He originally thought 8 inches was the limit, but didn't expect Li Fuchen to break the limit and reach 9 inches. Gasp. On the stage, the sound of people taking in cold breaths could be heard. Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. If he was at the 9th level of the origin realm, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Li Shidi, how did you do it? Once Li Fuchen walked off the stage, Chen Fenghua quickly asked. Zhao Mingyue had a face of curiosity too. Even if Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent and his technique rank was high, there was no reason for him to surpass Lu Wuhuang. According to what Chen Fenghua knew, Lu Wuhuang's technique rank was already at the 13th rank, which was only 1 rank lower than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, "You will know once you comprehend sword intent." Without comprehending sword intent, one wouldn't know the difference between sword intents. If Li Fuchen's sword intent was on par with Lu Wuhuang's, Li Fuchen would only be able to leave a mark of 2 inches on the black iron ore. But Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was much more profound than Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Lu Wuhuang's sword intent was still at the stage where it could be released but not withdrawn. Of course, apart from that, Li Fuchen's physical strength was also superior to Lu Wuhuang's. 40,000 kilograms of physical strength was at the peak of the Zhanglan sect. Li Fuchen already knew that the Zhanglan sect only had mystic class, high-tier body refinement techniques. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Heaven Fiends sect had mystic class, peak-tier body refinement techniques. The Zhanglan sect, Violent Saber sect, and other sects didn't have any. Comprehending sword intent is easier said than done. Chen Fanghua shook her head. Generally speaking, a 4-star bone frame would need to be at the Earth realm to comprehend sword intent. Only a rare few could comprehend sword intent at the origin realm. You really are a demon. Zhao Mingyue was speechless. After an entire morning, the screening contest ended. Out of the 4,000 over participants, only 52 passed the screening contest. On average, only 1 out of every 80 or 90 participants passed. The tournament was held in the afternoon, hence everyone went to have lunch first. noon, the stage was bustling with activity again. Inner Sect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin announced, for the tournament, there are a total of 10 stages. Whoever thinks that they have the ability can go up there and accept the challenges from others. The rules of the tournament is that each participant only has 3 chances to challenge. If they fail all 3 times, they will be eliminated. If the stage host can win 10 matches consecutively, they will enter the top 10 of the Inner Sect and will not have to accept any more challenges. Alright, let the tournament begin. Finishing his announcement, Zhao Wujin sat down. Then I shall be stage 1's stage host. Xiao Libi stood on the first stage. I am number 2. I am number 3. Of the 52 participants, 10 of them stood on the stage. But Lu Wuhuang and Li Fuchen didn't stand on the stage. The two of them looked at each other, with battle intent in their eyes. Xiao Libi, I, Chao Guang shall challenge you. A silhouette jumped onto the first arena. Chao Guang, peak stage origin realm and also a 4-star bone frame. During the screening contest, his sword scar was 1.9 inches deep, which wasn't any inferior to Bai Tao and Luo Yishan. Chao Guang, you're not my match. Don't waste your chance. Xiao Libi said. Chao Guang said, that's not necessarily true. Take my sword. Since that's the case, Chao Guang, I'll show you my soaring heaven's sword will. Xiao Libi drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, everyone was shocked. The incomparably sharp soaring heaven's sword technique seemed to come alive in Xiao Libi's hands. The ethereal and sharp soaring heaven's sword intent instantly broke through Chao Guang's sword technique defense. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chao Guang was knocked off the stage. His face was filled with fear. You've comprehended the sword intent? Xiao Bieli smiled. My God! Senior brother Xiao Bieli has also comprehended sword intent. There is indeed a higher mountain. I originally thought that only Dominion Sword Shixiang and Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent. I didn't expect Xiao Shixiang to comprehend sword intent too. This is going to be interesting. Everyone was horrified. As expected. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Xiao Libi indeed comprehended sword intent. The soaring heaven's sword intent was ethereal and swift, it was the hardest to guard against. Not bad, you are worth teaching. Chapter 139. After exposing his sword intent, no one else dared to challenge Xiao Libi anymore. What a joke. Challenging Xiao Libi, who comprehended sword intent, was just asking to be humiliated. In this world, only those who comprehended sword intent could be considered a true swordsman. If not, they wouldn't even be considered a swordsman and would only be a sword user. Xiao Libi, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and landed on stage 1. Xiao Libi looked at Lu Wuhuang with an astonished expression. Lu Shidi, there is no meaning in us fighting. The top 10 would be able to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, there was no need to fight to the death. Lu Wuhuang replied, I think there is meaning. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. I have long wanted to have a match with you. Let's see who is the true number one of the inner sect. I see. Let's fight then. Xiao Libi wasn't afraid to fight, he just didn't like meaningless battles. Xiao Libi Shixiang is going to fight with Dominion Sword Shixiang. I wonder who is better. Shoo, stop talking and focus on the fight. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to stage 1 and didn't even blink. This Lu Wuhuang has really engraved his dominance into his bones. Li Fuqin had some admiration for Lu Wuhuang. Unlike others, Lu Wuhuang's dominance wasn't just for show or to bully others. It was his nature to be dominant. No matter who he was facing, he would always look down on them. It might be uncomfortable, but this was his sword Dao. Lu Wuhuang's sword Dao. But this sword Dao was hard to control. Just like what Lu Wuhuang said, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. You have your sword Dao, but so do others. When your sword Dao interferes with someone else's sword Dao, it will undoubtedly result in a backlash. The Dominion sword Dao was destined to be a sword Dao that only allowed success and no failure. Clang! On stage 1, Xiao Libi's sword clashed with Lu Wuhuang's sword. Xiao Libi's sword style was ethereal and sharp. Like a gale from the 9 heavens, it was elegant and exquisite. Lu Wuhuang's sword style was extremely dominant. Like a collapsing sea of clouds, it came crashing down like a hot knife through butter. This battle between the two was a battle between swordsmen and also a battle between sword intents. The outcome of whose sword intent was superior would soon be revealed. Li Fuqin, who do you think will win? Zhao Mingyue asked. Li Fuqin replied, I am afraid it is Lu Wuhuang. Xiao Libi's sword intent is also very strong. That might not be the case. Chen Fanghua objected. Li Fuqin explained, even though comprehending sword intent isn't related to willpower, but after comprehending sword intent and willpower will gradually intersect. Lu Wuhuang's willpower is domineering and his soaring cloud sword intent is also domineering and disdainful. With the combination of the sword and man, the resulting firepower will be greater. Just as Li Fuqin expected, after 100 moves, Xiao Libi gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Libi, take my soaring cloud lightning. The mystic iron sword in Lu Wuhuang's hand was like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the clouds, bringing with it an indescribable tyrannical aura as it slashed towards Xiao Libi. What a domineering sword! Xiao Libi resisted with all his might. Dang! Xiao Libi was sent flying and nearly fell off the stage. Xiao Libi didn't attack again. He said, Junior brother Lu, you've won. I'm convinced. His soaring sky sword intent was ultimately inferior to Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent. Lu Wuhuang didn't reply, he looked through the crowd and looked at Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin said, you have just fought once. If I were to fight you now, it would be an unfair victory. My blood is still boiling, come down for a fight. Unless you don't dare to. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Executing his maneuvers, Li Fuqin skimmed towards stage 1, 100 moves. Lu Wuhuang extended a finger. Not even 1,000 moves. Li Fuqin shook his head. He knew what Lu Wuhuang meant. Lu Wuhuang meant to defeat him within 100 moves. You overestimate yourself. 100 moves and I will make you roll off the stage. Lu Wuhuang drew his sword. With a single slash, it was a brilliant and domineering prowess that couldn't be blocked. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and didn't give off a clumsy feeling. Since Xiao Shixiang isn't able to break your soaring cloud sword intent, let me do it. Unsheathing the black iron sword, Li Fuqin thrust it in mid-air. The sword light was resplendent like a shooting star. Cling, 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 both of their swords were extremely fast. In an instant, it was unknown how many times they clashed, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Such a fast sword, I can't even withstand half a move. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, Sword Demon Li Fuchen. This is the true pinnacle duel. Not good, my heart is beating so fast. The crowd held their breaths, not daring to miss out on any details. Li Fuchen's title of Sword Demon was coined by an inner sect disciple. Grasping sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm, comparable to a sword maniac. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as a monster. Once this title came out, it gained the recognition of many. Of course, there were those who didn't. Titles were earned through combat, not words. In order for Li Fuchen to obtain the title of Sword Demon, he first had to have the ability of a monster. Even if he couldn't defeat Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, he had to at least exchange a few hundred moves with Lu Wuhuang. There is always someone better. Compared to them, I, Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua, am just as so. Chen Fanghua laughed bitterly. She watched Li Fuchen grow step by step. When Shoshua Town was defending against the Beast Wave, Li Fuchen's ability wasn't enough to go against the Class 2 high-tier Ironback Gorilla. But after such a short period of time, Li Fuchen's ability had already completely surpassed her. This made her feel unreal. Zhao Mingyue said, Chen Shiji, my grandfather once said that there are countless of prodigies in this world. There will always be some that you can never reach and can only look up to. He experienced it when he was young, but he gradually got over it. So don't be too discouraged. Chen Fanghua laughed, why would I be discouraged? Zhao Shimi, you are overthinking. I am just lamenting my own insignificance. Maitsang Lan's sect already has plenty of prodigies, but in the entire world, Maitsang Lan's sect is just a drop in the ocean. To reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao, one has to compete with countless prodigies. Since I can't handle this kind of pressure, I shall let Li Shidi handle it. As the two of them were conversing, the battle on stage number 1 was reaching its climax. Lu Wuhuang's ability was indeed formidable. Without using the mystical dragon's secret technique, it wouldn't be easy for Li Fuchen to defeat his opponent. After all, Lu Wuhuang was at least 2 levels higher than him. Li Fuchen, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated. Hazy Battle Qi. Lu Wuhuang's figure turned into a blur. With a qi vibration, a horrifying qi presence rushed into the sky. In the next moment, Lu Wuhuang cleaved at Li Fuchen with an astonishing speed. The sword light was a blur, as though dozens of swords were gathered together. This is the 2-star secret technique, Hazy Battle Qi. In the inner sect, only 5-star bone frames can redeem secret techniques in advance. Li Fuchen is in danger. Among the inner sect disciples, many of them had heard of the name Hazy Battle Qi. That was why they knew how fearsome this secret technique was. It allowed one's qi to vibrate at a high speed, greatly increasing the firepower. Li Shidi has lost. Xiao Libi shook his head. Lu Wuhuang, do you think you are the only one who knows a secret technique? I know it too. Chapter 140. This is a 3-star secret technique? Zhao Wujin was hesitant. Activating the 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, a large amount of scarlet fire qi was transformed into mystical dragon qi. Within the soaring qi presence, a dragon prowess was emitted and shook the sky. Under the shroud of Li Fuchen's qi presence, Lu Wuhuang's expression had a drastic change. It even affected his sword style. It must be just a facade. His true ability cannot exceed mine. Some secret techniques could increase the qi presence but didn't increase the user's ability by much. Be defeated. With the secret technique in overdrive, Lu Wuhuang's sword speed didn't decrease but increased instead. With a tyrannical qi presence, he slashed at Li Fuchen. You are the one who is going to be defeated. Once again feeling the magma-like qi flow, Li Fuchen felt as though a volcano was buried within his body, and it was suffocating if it didn't erupt. Executing Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen's sword instantly surpassed the limits of everyone's vision and reaction. Even some of the inner sect deacons who were at the Earth realm couldn't see the trajectory of this sword. They could only see an extremely resplendent meteor bursting forth from the void. It was so beautiful, so dreamy. The sword chi penetrated through Lu Wuhuang's body and froze in place. He was defeated. His tyrannical sword Dao was defeated. It was defeated by someone he didn't want to be defeated. What is wrong with this? Lu Wuhuang's eyes were at a loss. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen shook his head. The tyrannical sword Dao was like this. Once defeated, there would be cracks in the spirit will and the sword intent would be weakened. Your tyrannical sword Dao is too unyielding. It is only a matter of time before it is defeated. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Two inner sect deacons supported Lu Wuhuang off the stage. On the stage, there was an uproar. Even tyrannical sword Shixiang was defeated. Am I dreaming? This is too mystical. Is there anything more mystical than this? Our blatant ridicule was like slapping our own faces. Most importantly, we didn't even realize it. Who would have known that a normal bone frame would be so heaven-defying? I even suspect that his bone frame is a mutated bone frame. A regular bone frame stone can't detect it. Sword Demon Li Fuchen, this title belongs to him. Sword Demon, Sword Demon. I wonder if this Sword Demon will be able to produce a miracle in the 100 Herbs hidden domain 3 months later. Will he be able to kill the prodigies of the other sects and make them flee in a sorry state? At this moment, everyone acknowledged Li Fuchen's Sword Demon title. At this moment, Li Fuchen used his exceptional ability to prove himself. In the future, no one would dare to criticize him. Because the title of Sword Demon was not to be reproached. Grand Elder, where did this Li Fuchen get this 3-star secret technique? Should we interrogate him? One of the inner sect elders asked Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin glanced at the other party. Everyone has their own opportunities. So what if he used a 5-star secret technique? Wujin. It is, sword, sect, sword, li, was, it. Is, sword. Star, demon. Sect Jin. Li and, sword, sect disciple. Zhao Wujin knew that his position as Grand Elder was being eyed by many. Since Li Fuchen was someone he valued, he would naturally be a thorn in the eyes of others. However, Li Fuchen was truly too outstanding. Outstanding to the point that it felt unreal. Was he still a normal bone frame? Perhaps, no one could predict his future. As Li Fuchen became the arena master of Stage 1 became an impenetrable fortress in the eyes of the crowd. Don't even mention challenging it, they couldn't even muster the will to fight. Sword Demon. This title is really suitable for him. Zhao Mingyue commented. Chen Fanghua laughed, isn't that so? A normal bone frame is already so heaven-defying. How are we supposed to live? There were 10 stages. Stage 1 wasn't allowed to be challenged, but the other stages could still be challenged. There were 3 chances and each chance was exceptionally precious. Hence, everyone chose their opponents carefully and didn't dare to challenge them easily. Yuan Tian's basic ability was at the bottom. But he was the same as Lu Wuhuang and cultivated a 2-star secret technique. After executing the 2-star secret technique, his ability instantly rose to the top class and used it to occupy a stage. Chen Fenghua's basic ability was slightly stronger than Yuan Tian. Out of the 2 challenges, she succeeded once, but was quickly defeated again. She was only left with one last chance. As for Lu Wuhuang, an inner sect elder was helping him recuperate. No matter what, Lu Wuhuang was an inner sect disciple who was just inferior to Li Fuchen. He mustn't lose the chance to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain because of his injuries. Halfway through his recuperation, Lu Wuhuang opened his eyes and traces of tyrannical qi gathered. Elder, that's enough. You have only recovered 30%, it isn't suitable for you to fight yet. Recovering 30% is enough. Lu Wuhuang stood up and walked towards one of the stages. Do you want to come down or do I have to send you flying? Arriving at the stage, Lu Wuhuang spoke indifferently. The arena master was Bai Tao. He replied, "You are injured now and might not be a match for me. It is impossible to win without a fight. Try me then." Lu Wuhuang made his move. After 10 moves, Bai Tao suffered a crushing defeat. Dominion Sword Shixiang is indeed Dominion Sword Shixiang. Even though he is injured, he isn't someone Bai Tao Shixiang can compare with. A pity that sword demon Li Fuchen is suppressing him. If not, he would be the most dazzling disciple in this tournament. Everyone was discussing softly. After defeating Bai Tao, Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen. "If you think you can easily crush my willpower, then you are wrong. My Dominion Sword Dao is a Dominion Sword Dao and also an Indomitable Sword Dao. No one can stop my Sword Dao, not even you. Follow behind me. I am afraid you won't even get to eat the dust." Li Fuchen said. "You." Lu Wuhuang's face twitched. Too domineering. Why did he feel that sword demon Li Fuchen was even more domineering than Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang? This was what everyone was thinking. Lu Wuhuang's domineering aura is unyielding. Li Fuchen's domineering aura is deep and reserved. Someone commented, "This child sure is interesting." Zhao Wujin laughed. Finally, the top 10 of the inner sect was decided. Chen Fenghua's luck was extremely good. After succeeding her third challenge, she managed to last till the end. The main reason was that most of the disciples had used up their 3 chances. As such, the top 10 of the inner sect were Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Luo Yishan, Bai Tao, Chao Guang, Yuan Tian, Chen Fenghua, and 2 other 4-star bone frame inner sect disciples who were at the peak stage of the origin realm. A total of 8 males and 2 females. Zhao Wujin stood up and with a fling of his hand, 10 special tokens landed in the hands of the 10 disciples. These are 2-star secret order tokens and can only be used once. Within these 3 months, other than cultivating diligently, it is best for all of you to master a 2-star secret technique. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, your opponents will be prodigies from the other sections. If you are careless, you might even die inside. If anyone wants to give up now, there is still a chance. I can get someone to take your place. Hearing this, no one was willing to give up. What a joke. Opportunities and dangers always coexisted. What was a little danger? Li Fuchen, come with me. Chapter 141. Is the secret method you used a 3-star secret method? In a remote place, Zhao Wujin asked. Li Fuchen nodded, yes. Zhao Wujin didn't ask where the secret art came from, but directly said, now you have 2 choices. 1. Refuse to hand over the secret art, and the second, hand over the secret art and get a lot of contribution points. Which one will you choose? The second rule. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate. The people of the Zhen clan needed the Jade Buddha statue to cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique, but he had already mastered the mystical dragon secret technique. He could directly write down the cultivation content of the secret technique for others to cultivate. Smart. Zhao Wujin had a look of approval on his face as he said, exchanging for a secret art and contributing for a secret art are different. Exchanging for a 1-star secret art only requires 5,000 contribution points, 50,000 for a 2-star secret art, and 500,000 for a 3-star secret art. As for a secret art, it'll double. In other words, if you contribute the mystical dragon secret art, you'll get 1,000,000 contribution points. 1,000,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. 1,000,000 contribution points was out of his expectations. In the end, he was still taking advantage of the Zhen clan. In the Azure Water sect, the higher the cultivation, the more contribution points were required. For example, the Scarlet Flame mystic technique that he was cultivating was about to reach the highest realm. At that time, he would need to exchange for a higher level cultivation technique. In the Tsanglan sect, a mystic class, high-tier technique was worth at least 200,000 contribution points. A mystic class, peak-tier technique was worth at least 1 million contribution points. If it was the true Azure Water technique or the true Inferno technique, it would be at least 1.5 million contribution points. In addition, exchanging for martial arts manuals also required a lot of contribution points. Now that he was cultivating low-tier yellow class sword arts, he could no longer increase his sword Dao foundation. There were 100 types of low-tier yellow class sword arts, and they covered almost all low-tier basic sword techniques. Therefore, he planned to exchange for a large number of mid-tier yellow class sword arts to increase his sword Dao foundation. In the future, he would exchange for a large number of high-tier and peak-tier yellow class sword arts. Also, elixirs, leather armor, and some life-saving items all required contribution points. Contribution points were the currency of the sect. Without currency, it would be difficult to move an inch. Moreover, he did not want to fish frequently, as fishing would waste too much of his time and energy. Zheng family, if there's a chance in the future, we can help them again. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial hall. The secret technique was also in the martial arts hall, but it was in a spacious secret room. When Li Fuchen arrived at the hidden room, Xiao Libi, Lu Wuhuang, and the others were already there. Everyone was choosing their favorite 2-star secret technique. Seeing Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang grunted. Li Fuchen didn't mind and picked up a 2-star secret technique scroll to read. Divine Movement Legs, a 2-star secret technique. After mastering it, one's speed will increase tremendously and one's legs will be surrounded by astral winds. This secret technique is not bad. It's a secret technique for escaping. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Although the shadowless kick was not bad, it was still a leg technique. It could not be compared to the divine movement leg, which specialized in hurrying. Boiling blood technique, 2-star secret technique. Burns chi and blood to increase all aspects of one's physical attributes, especially one's reaction speed. Secret pattern art, 2-star secret art. Carve secret patterns on the body. After activating the patterns, it can increase the explosive power of Zhen Qi, improve the defense of the flesh, and reduce the damage. Sunflower sword Qi, a 2-star secret art. Plant a seed of sunflower sword Qi in your body to nurture sword Qi. At a critical moment, you can activate the sword Qi to injure your enemies. There was a total of 27 2-star secret techniques and Li Fuchen went through every single one of them. Finally, Li Fuchen chose the divine movement legs. It wasn't because of the divine movement legs' speed of escaping, at least not entirely. The world was huge and having fast speed was a good thing. Be it escaping, traveling, or completing a mission, the divine movement legs would be very useful. Since he already had the mystical dragon secret technique, he didn't need any secret techniques to increase his combat ability. After choosing the secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another 30 yellow class, mid-tier sword art manuals. Back at his courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately started researching on the divine movement legs. The divine movement legs was the same as the mystical dragon secret technique, it required multiple acupoints on the legs to be opened. But the divine movement legs only had 2 ranks. The first rank was the 2 legs of wind. The second rank was the divine wind leg shadow. With the experience from cultivating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the divine movement legs was extremely fast. In just 3 days, he successfully cultivated the first rank of the divine movement legs. On the empty ground outside the courtyard, Li Fuchen leaned forward. Without any sound or presence. In the next moment, Li Fuchen sprinted with the gale. Due to the extreme speed, Li Fuchen couldn't even make simple changes in direction. So fast. The first rank is already much faster than the shadowless leg. The second rank would probably be at least twice as fast. Li Fuchen finally witnessed what a secret technique that was specially used for traveling was. Once this secret technique was activated, the qi in his legs would resonate with the air flow in the outside world, producing a layer of wind. With the assistance of the air flow, Li Fuqian sprinted without feeling any resistance, as though he was traveling with the wind. The only flaw was that the divine movement legs couldn't change directions as he wished. It wasn't like the shadowless leg, which was ghostly and could change directions at will, making it hard for the enemy to predict. After familiarizing himself with the first rank of the divine movement legs, Li Fuqian began to comprehend the second rank. The second rank's difficulty was undoubtedly several folds higher. Not only did it require the qi in his legs to resonate with the air flow in the outside world, it also required the qi in his legs to form a dipper wind. Once the dipper wind was formed, Li Fuqian could stay close to the ground and sprint for a long period of time, without the need to step on the ground. For this rank, Li Fuqian spent over half a month to complete it. On this day, on the mountain road, a figure was sprinting close to the ground. The speed was so fast that only the shadow of his legs could be seen. It was as though he was treading on the wind and was extremely unbelievable. Too fast. Li Fuqian looked to both sides. In the past, even when he was sprinting at top speed, he would still be able to clearly sense the surroundings. But now, it was a little blurry. With his incredible eyesight, when he executed the shadowless leg, he could clearly sense the surroundings. But when he executed the divine movement legs, he wasn't able to sense the surroundings in detail. By the time he could sense the surroundings in detail, it was already unknown where he was. The speed is almost twice as fast as the shadowless leg. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuqian revolved the wind shadow steps. He wanted to see how fast the wind shadow steps combined with the divine movement legs would be. A subtle piercing sound could be heard. Li Fuqian's figure and leg shadows had all vanished. Only a vague transparent figure could be seen shuttling through the air. There is a sound. It seems like the speed is too fast. Even the wind shadow steps and divine movement legs are unable to eliminate the resistance. Li Fuqian thought to himself. When he looked to both sides, he could only see a distorted radiance. Everything seemed to have blended together, like a lump of paste. It was impossible to distinguish which was which. Closing his eyes and opening them again, there was a flash of blue with a hint of green. Chapter 142. During the process of cultivating the divine movement leg, Li Fuqian was also cultivating mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his sword Dao foundation. In less than a month, Li Fuqian was able to comprehend 6 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. If it was in the past, it would have been an impossible feat. Yellow-class sword arts are all foundation sword arts, but foundation sword arts are also differentiated. Low-tier, yellow-class sword arts are low-tier foundation sword arts, while mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts are mid-tier foundation sword arts. A mid-tier foundation sword art is actually the result of combining multiple low-tier foundation sword arts. Some of the stronger mid-tier foundation sword arts are even the result of combining more than a dozen low-tier foundation sword arts. Li Fuqian had a feeling that if he could comprehend 1,000 yellow-class sword arts one day, he might be able to create his own mystic-class sword art. To be able to create a mystic-class sword art was an incredible feat. Anyone who could create a mystic-class sword art was qualified to be called a sword Dao master. The Zhonglan sect had plenty of heaven realm martial artists, but only a few were qualified to be called a sword Dao master. 9 gates. 24 gates. 30 gates. Just like when he first cultivated yellow-class, low-tier sword arts, Li Fuqian's sword arts cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. In the first month, he only cultivated 9 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month, it suddenly climbed to 15. In the third month, only half of the time had passed and all 30 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts were already at the trance stage. In the courtyard, Li Fuqian's body was bursting with sword intent. The meteor sword intent was like a monster, constantly absorbing the essence of the sword Dao to strengthen itself. Could it be that sword intent can be promoted? Li Fuchen thought to himself. With all 30 mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't redeem any more. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, he felt that the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was on the verge of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through again, it would be the highest rank, the 15th rank. This was an extremely important matter, and to a certain extent, it was even more important than comprehending sword intent. Because the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the mid-tier, mystic class, while the Meteor Sword style was only at the low tier. The sun was shining brightly. Li Fuchen sat on top of a fake mountain, not moving an inch. His body was emitting traces of flames. If someone had X-ray vision, they would see that Li Fuchen's body seemed to be nurturing a furnace. The furnace was like a living creature, swallowing a large amount of qi. After the innate qi was spat out from the furnace, it was incomparably tyrannical, with a trace of fiery red crystal color. Fortunately, I have cultivated the hidden blood-body refinement art. Otherwise, my meridians and flesh would not be able to withstand such scorching hot Jin qi. The scorching heat cultivation technique was one of the most overbearing cultivation techniques, and it had extremely high requirements for the user's physical fitness. If one's physique was lacking, not to mention the 15th level, even if they were to break through to the 13th or 14th level, they would be burnt to death by the flames of lust. In less severe cases, their meridians would at least wither and they would become crippled. It was said that one of the Azure Water sect's 2 absolute arts, the True Inferno technique, had a much higher requirement for the physical body. If not, it would be impossible to push the True Inferno technique to such a high rank. In the entire Tsanglan sect, there wasn't a single person who could cultivate the True Inferno technique to the highest rank, the 21st rank. It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension, but that he couldn't and didn't dare to. With Li Fuchen's current physical fitness, even if he were to cultivate the True Inferno technique, he would only be able to reach the 4th or 5th rank. In order to break through to a higher rank, he would first have to increase his cultivation level. With a higher cultivation level, the protection of the body would be much tighter. Days passed by. Every day when the sun rose, Li Fuchen would sit cross-legged on top of the fake mountain and cultivate. Only after the sun set, would Li Fuchen stop. There were only 10 days left before the opening of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. A horrifying scorching heat intent violently expanded. This scorching heat intent was formless and formless, but it truly existed. Wherever it covered, it would be scorched black. In an instant, the courtyard that Li Fuchen resided in had cracks on the ground, the walls, the houses, the trees burning, and the rivers drying up. This scorching heat intent seemed to have the effect of absorbing the scorching heat energy from heaven and earth. Wherever it covered, a large amount of scorching heat energy would gather and roast. Blaze! An eye-piercing red light burst forth. The fake mountain that Li Fuchen was sitting on melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though it had become a giant candle. Gradually opening his eyes, 2 blazing red rays of light shot out from Li Fuchen's eyes. Is this the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique? Li Fuchen opened up his right hand and the scarlet fire qi gushed out like a bundle of blazing flames. This flame had its own will. With the support of this will, the temperature of the flame was extremely high, so high that it was unbelievable. It even caused the air to distort. The scarlet fire qi's original temperature isn't that scary. But with the support of the scarlet fire intent, it is horrifying. It is as though it has a soul. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. Coming to the front of a black iron ore, Li Fuchen pressed both his hands on it and covered it with the blazing scarlet fire qi. 10 minutes later, the black iron ore that was as tall as a human was refined into a black iron the size of a wash basin. Even though this black iron still had a lot of impurities, but at least it was successfully refined. The scarlet fire intent sure lives up to its name. Even Li Fuchen, who comprehended the meteor sword intent, couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the difference between a mystic class mid-tier intent and a mystic class low-tier intent. His meteor sword intent had absorbed a large amount of sword Dao essence, but when compared to the scarlet fire intent, it was still slightly inferior. A profound class mid-tier true meaning is already so tyrannical. I wonder how tyrannical an earth class true meaning would be. Also, is the legendary heaven class true meaning really as recorded, able to interfere with the operation of heaven and earth? Martial Dao, martial Dao. There was a Dao in martial arts. And the greatest Dao was naturally the heaven Dao, the great Dao. Heaven-class martial arts were created by nature and were undoubtedly very close to the heaven Dao. But the martial Dao intent was the essence of martial arts. It was the sublimation of martial arts and was closer to the heaven Dao. Not thinking about these distant matters, Li Fuqian had to consider how to stabilize the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique. Everywhere he went, the scarlet fire intent was uncontrollable and spread out wantonly, extremely overbearing. This was a sign that the scarlet fire intent wasn't stable enough. In Li Fuqian's opinion, an uncontrollable power wasn't his own. What he needed was an uncontrollable power. 3 days later, the scarlet fire intent had stabilized. As long as he didn't intentionally revolve the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique, the scarlet fire intent wouldn't appear. Apart from that, the scarlet fire intent was actually related to emotions. Once his emotions fluctuated, the scarlet fire intent would fluctuate too. It seems like the mystic class mid-tier intent is more intertwined with my willpower. The scarlet fire intent is extremely violent. Once I get angry, the scarlet fire intent should be even stronger. Looking at the messy courtyard, Li Fuqian let out a bitter laugh. The courtyard was fine, just a little unsightly. But the furniture and mattresses in the house had all been turned into ashes. Had it not been for the fact that the entire courtyard was built with hard rocks, the entire courtyard might have been set ablaze by now. The next day, an inner sect deacon sent a message for Li Fuqian to head to the inner sect grand hall. Chapter 143. Inner Sect Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin stood in the middle. On both sides of him were 9 inner sect elders who were on par with him. Some of them were even on par with him. Li Fuqian and the group arrived at the Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin said, "We shall depart for the 100 Herbs hidden domain today. Before that, collect your artifact swords and storage bags." As he spoke, 10 inner sect deacons each presented a artifact sword and a beast hide bag. Receiving the artifact sword, Li Fuqian lightly drew it. Clang! A threatening chilling chi and sword chi was emitted, causing goosebumps. It's a mystic class, mid-tier artifact sword, the black gold sword. Li Fuqian thought in his heart. The black gold sword was a direct disciple's sword. It was extremely sharp, able to cut through hair and cut through metal like mud. A regular yellow class artifact sword would be broken in a single strike. Even if it was a black iron sword that clashed with the black gold sword, it wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few strikes. A single black gold sword is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, it is hard to find a sword in the outside world. You can't even buy one with gold coins. Li Fuqian sighed at the generosity of the sect. Shifting his gaze from the black gold sword, he looked at the beast hide bag. This should be a storage bag made from the hide of a storage beast. The price of this bag is even higher than the black gold sword. Storage beast was a class 4 demonic beast. It had a trace of the spatial attribute and was able to devour anything in this world. A storage bag made from its hide could store a large amount of items. A small storage bag might even be able to store a large water jar. Inject your chi into the storage bag and the bag will open. Give it a try. An inner sect elder beside Zhao Wujin said. Hearing the instructions, everyone injected their chi into the storage bag. As expected, the storage bag automatically opened. Li Fuqian took a look inside. It was obviously a palm-sized storage bag, but the space inside was about a meter. So mystical. This was the first time the 10 of them saw a storage bag and they were shocked. The world is vast and full of wonders. It's better to be in awe of this world. Li Fuqian calmed himself down. Zhao Wujin said, the 100 Herbs hidden domain will be open for a week. During this week, you guys should try your best to gather any useful herbs or ores. If you don't have to fight, try your best not to. Of course, if anyone dares to bully you, then don't have to worry. Our Azure Water sect disciples don't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. But if there is a chance, try your best to gather together. Don't give the other sects a chance to kill you one by one. Yes, Great Elder. The 10 of them nodded. Zhao Wujin continued, other than guarding against the disciples of the other sects, you guys also have to be wary of the demonic beasts in the 100 Herbs secret domain. These demonic beasts have all entered the 100 Herbs secret domain by mistake. Some are high-ranked, some are low-ranked. A few decades ago, there was even a Class 3 high-ranked demonic beast that entered by mistake, causing the disciples of the various sects to suffer heavy losses. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small, almost negligible, so you guys don't have to worry needlessly. After explaining everything, Zhao Wujin waved his hand, follow me. Finishing his statement, he led the way out of the inner sect Grand Hall. Outside the Grand Hall, Zhao Wujin spoke to the inner sect elder beside him, Elder Liang, call your 2 treasures over. Elder Liang's hair was disheveled like a savage. He let out a mischievous laugh and suddenly let out a loud whistle. Caw! Roar! 2 aerial demonic beasts flew over from a mountain peak in the distance. So big. Li Fuqian and the others were shocked. Of the 2 aerial demonic beasts, one was a bird-type demonic beast. It was covered in golden feathers, each feather was a few feet long. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of over 20 meters, almost covering the sky. The other demonic beast was a tiger with wings, but at the end of its tail was a bird's head. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast, golden bird. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast, winged tiger. To be exact, it wasn't a demonic beast, but a spirit beast. Spirit beasts were tamed from demonic beasts. Their demonic chi had long been eliminated, leaving only spirit chi within their bodies. This Elder Liang sure is resourceful. He actually tamed 2 Class 4 low-tier demonic beasts. Feeling the majestic spirit pressure from the 2 Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts, Li Fuqian and the others felt it hard to breathe. Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts were comparable to low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artists, and the spirit chi within their bodies was much more majestic than a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. If it wasn't for the fact that their combat skills were inferior to humans, even a mid-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for a Class 4 low-tier spirit beast. The golden bird and winged tiger landed on the ground. Zhao Wujin said, let's all go up. The backs of the golden bird and winged tiger were big enough for a dozen people to stand on. Li Fuqian and Zhao Wujin stood on the back of the winged tiger, along with Chen Fanghua, 3 other inner sect disciples, and 4 inner sect elders. The rest of them were on the back of the golden bird. Rise! Elder Liang called out. The golden bird and winged tiger exerted strength on their hind legs and soared into the sky. In a few blinks of the eye, they disappeared into the clouds. The 4 regions mountain range was located at the intersection of the Azure Water region, Heaven Fiend region, Violent Saber region, and Spirit Hidden region. Most of them were in the Spirit Hidden region. In the center of the 4 regions mountain range, there was a giant lake. This lake was called the 100 Herbs Lake. Right now, on the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake, there were 2 sects that had arrived first. Each sect had 20 members. 10 inner sect elders and 10 inner sect disciples. These 2 sects were the Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect. Be it the Violent Saber sect's inner sect elders or inner sect disciples, they all had a large saber embroidered on the back of their robes. This large saber was extremely domineering and had a total of 9 rings. The handle of the saber was a tiger's head, giving off a wild and unrestrained aura. The spirit-hidden sect's disciples had a dark cloud on their sleeves. Each of their chi presence was concealed, drifting erratically, as though they could vanish at any moment. No one dared to neglect them. The disciples of the two sects sized each other up, their eyes filled with shocking hostility and killing intent. It seemed like a single disagreement would lead to a fight. Ga. Roar. From the horizon, a beast roar could be heard. It was ear-piercing and clear. The Azure Waters sect is here. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a stocky veteran. On his back was a platinum unsheathed large saber. This large saber was as tall as a human and the widest part was a foot wide. When the veteran opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp and domineering, causing people to not dare to look straight at him. In just a short moment, the Golden Bird and Goldwing Tiger arrived above the 100 Herbs Lake. Get down. Zhao Wujin was the first to jump down. The rest of the people jumped down as well. Splash, splash, splash. There were ripples on the surface of the lake as the 20 Azure Water sect members all landed on the lake. With a wave of Elder Liang's hand, the Golden Bird and Goldwing Tiger left. It was unknown where they went to look for food. Zhao Wujin, long time no see. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder laughed heartily, his horrific saber-like chi presence rushed at Zhao Wujin. He Lianhu, you old thing sure have no manners. Zhao Wujin similarly released his chi presence to contest against He Lianhu. Rumble. Pillars of water rose up from the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake. This was the result of their chi presences clashing. The Heaven Fiend sect is here. The spirit-hidden sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a strange-looking old woman. She lifted her head and looked towards the horizon. From the horizon, a four-winged pitch-black spirit beast flew over. Chapter 144. Class 4 Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, Four-Winged Heaven Fiend Beast. This type of spirit beast was specially bred by the Heaven Fiend sect. Its original appearance was actually a four-winged earth demonic beast. The four-winged Heaven Fiend beast was abnormally ferocious. Even though it was only a Class 4 mid-tier beast, once it was injured, its combat strength would increase exponentially. At Class 4 high tier, it was considered a representative spirit beast of the Heaven Fiend sect. The violent wind was like a blade, as the four-winged Heaven Fiend beast slowly descended to a height of a few dozen meters. Descend. A black-robed old man landed first, followed by more than 20 people. A total of 13 inner sect elders and 13 inner sect disciples. It was obvious that the Heaven Fiend sect had 3 more spots than the other 3 sections. It's her. Li Fuqian took a quick glance and found the black-robed beauty in the crowd. The black-robed beauty's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Her chi presence was extremely sharp. Just a glance at her gave off the feeling of a saber slashing at one's body. No wonder she is a 6-star bone frame. It has only been a few months and she has already progressed by 1 level. It seems like she comprehended saber intent. Li Fuqian thought to himself. As Li Fuqian was sizing up Yan Qinggu was also searching for Li Fuqian. This was a woman's intuition. She was certain that Li Fuqian would definitely enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Soon enough, Yan Qinggu saw Li Fuqian. The two of them looked at each other, one sharp like a saber, the other calm and peaceful. You think you can pretend nothing happened? Yan Qinggu sneered. Qinggu shimmy, do you know anyone from the Azure Water sect? Beside Yan Qinggu, a 20-plus-year-old youth with a face as pale as snow asked. Frowning, Yan Qinggu replied, no. Her matters, she would settle it herself. Compared to Li Fuqian, she disliked this Li Wuxiue even more. Qinggu shimmy must be lying to me. Seems like there are some inner sect disciples that offended you. It doesn't matter, I will kill them all and bring their heads back to you. Li Wuxue licked his lips, his scarlet eyes shot out two terrifying and bizarre rays of light. You don't have to care about my matters. Yan Qingwu grunted. Li Wuxue was unconcerned. Junior sister Qingwu's matters are my matters. After all, you will be my wife in the future. Li Wuxue, I will tell you one more time. I will not marry you, not now, and not in the future. Throwing a tantrum again, but I won't argue with you. Li Wuxue had a doting look on his face. Yan Qingwu was so angry that she didn't say anything else. Wei Yiping, it is rare for your heaven fiend sect to come so early. The spirit-hidden sect's old hag laughed wickedly. Wei Yiping was that black-robed elder. He ignored the spirit-hidden sect's grand elder and glanced at the three sects. Seems like they are still a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Heaven fiend sect's disciples, if you see them, kill without mercy. Yes, great elder. Hearing this, the eyes of the heaven fiend sect's inner sect disciples were filled with murderous intent. Their bloodlust was as intense as the waves, as though they were beasts. This is simply a demonic sect. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Others might be afraid of your heaven fiend sect, but my violent saber sect isn't. Violent saber sect's disciples, listen up. If you see any heaven fiend sect's disciples, kill them as well. He Lianhu grinned sinisterly. The spirit-hidden sect's old hag was displeased to be ignored by Wei Yiping. But the spirit-hidden sect didn't like to talk, they preferred to assassinate. Which was why the old hag's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Her lips moved slightly, as though she was saying something to her sect's disciples. See that? This is the relationship between sections. Right at this moment, Zhao Wujin's voice was transmitted into the ears of Li Fuchen and the others. Hearing this, apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of them had some chi fluctuations. Some were excited, some were panicking, and some were apprehensive. Only Li Fuchen could maintain his original state of mind and not be affected by the outside world. Since there is still some time, let me tell you about the key disciples of the various sections. That disciple with the ghost head saber is the violent saber sect's inner sect's top disciple, Mad Saber Duan Hai. He is famous for being a saber maniac. If you see him, do not use brute force against him. If you can escape, do so. This person goes crazy when he sees blood. He once killed a fellow inner sect disciple and was confined for a year. After he came out a year later, he crippled another inner sect disciple and was confined for another year. His ability is strong enough to instantly kill a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist. Everyone followed Zhao Wujin's gaze. In the violent saber sect's camp, there was a 20-plus-year-old youth with disheveled hair. His eyes were drooping and his fingers were moving, as though he was counting something. Sensing that someone was looking at him, he couldn't help but lift his head. What kind of eyes were these? There wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes, only madness and bloodthirst. He was even scarier than most of the heaven fiend sect's inner sect disciples. Such fearsome eyes. Chen Fenghua was a female after all and her body couldn't help but shiver. Chen Shiji, don't look at him. Li Fuchen whispered. If a person's courage was destroyed, their ability would be greatly reduced. It was obvious that this Mad Saber Duan Hai had a willpower that could make one submit without a fight. He wasn't someone that a regular person could deal with. Chen Fenghua nodded and quickly lowered her head. Zhao Wujin nodded with approval. Among the 10, only one remained unmoved, and that was Li Fuchen. Even after seeing Feng Dao, Duan Hai remained unmoved. Let alone his ability, just his courage alone was enough to make others look at him in a different light. This type of person would always be able to remain calm under any circumstances. Calmness was also a form of combat ability. Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Yuan Tian, and the others all had some sort of emotional fluctuation. These emotional fluctuations weren't necessarily fear, but compared to Li Fuchen's calmness, they were still lacking. Beside Mad Saber Duan Hai is the violent saber sect's inner sect's number 2 disciple, Blood Saber Ling Huang. This person isn't ordinary either. He is the only one in the Violent Saber sect's inner sect who is still unscathed after exchanging moves with Mad Saber Duan Hai. You have to pay extra attention to him. After introducing 4 of the Violent Saber sect's disciples, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. The Spirit Hidden sect's disciples specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations. Their footwork and body skills are extremely strange. The top inner sect disciple is called Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo. He has a record of assassinating a 3rd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Remember, if you see this person, do not get too close to him and do not neglect his presence. If not, before you can even react, you might already be dead. The female disciple beside him is called Ghost Girl, Yi Hua. She is proficient in illusion techniques. Do not look into her eyes or even at any part of her body. This girl is much more terrifying than Mad Saber Duan Hai and Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo. Avoid her if you see her. The dwarf disciple at the back is Spirit Child, Jiang Xiaomao. His body is a little special, like a human but not a human, like a ghost but not a ghost. His ability has always been unfathomable. He is someone that even Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo, and Ghost Girl, Yi Hua wouldn't want to offend. It is better not to offend someone whose ability is unclear. Without waiting for Zhao Wujin to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples, Li Fuchen suddenly said, "Grand Elder, I have an objection." "Oh? What objection do you have?" Zhao Wujin and the other Azure Water sect's inner sect elders were either astonished or frowning at Li Fuchen. P.S. Apologies, forgot the timing and just got back from the gathering. Chapter 145. We definitely need to pay attention to these people, but there is no need to boost their morale and destroy our Tsanglan sect's prowess. We cultivators of the sword, we must be fearless. If we meet a god, we shall slay a god. If we meet a Buddha, we shall slay a Buddha. The sharpness of the sword shall slay all obstacles. If there is fear in the heart, then the sword Tao will not be sincere. If the sword Tao is not sincere, then how can we overcome all obstacles and advance bravely? Li Fuchen explained his understanding of the situation. Then what you mean is that no matter who we meet, we have to fight and face death with equanimity? An inner sect elder questioned. Li Fuchen replied calmly, yes and no. It is important to judge the situation, but it is even more important to be fearless. These people, there is no need to demonize them. They are all humans with flesh and blood. Once the sword pierces in, it will still be blood. Since they are of flesh and blood, why must we avoid them? Could it be that when our Azure Water sect encounters a formidable foe, we have to retreat? After hearing Zhao Wujin's speech, some of the Tsanglan sect inner sect disciples felt fear. Don't even talk about meeting Mad Saber Duan Hai and the others. Even if they were to meet someone who had the same ability as them, they would still be killed by the enemy because of their fear. Well said. Zhao Wujin didn't criticize Li Fuchen, instead, he was full of smiles. He was confused because of his concern. He was worried that these 10 seedlings would all die in the 100 Herbs secret realm, so his tone was very conservative. However, they did not know that a true swordsman must have a fearless heart. If the heart was flawed, the sword would also be flawed. How could one cultivate the way of the sword? This old one's tone earlier was a little inappropriate. You just need to pay attention to the people I mentioned earlier. But if there is a need for a battle, then show the prowess of the Azure Water sect. Let them be afraid of us, not the other way around. After all, our Azure Water sect's sword Tao isn't something to be trifled with. The sword is a sword that kills, only when it drinks blood will it become sharp. After listening to Li Fuchen and Zhao Wujin's words, the cowardly inner sect disciples had their eyes lit up and were emitting traces of sharp qi presence. As for the other inner sect disciples who weren't so afraid, after listening to the speech, their sword Tao heart became even firmer. Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen with a serious expression. He didn't feel it in the past, but now he suddenly felt that Li Fuchen was extremely terrifying. even more terrifying than Mad Saber Duan Hai or Young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. Looking at the Heaven Fiend sect's camp, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples. The first person that the Heaven Fiend sect has to pay attention to is Blood Fiend Li Wuxue. He is the son of the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch and possesses the 5-star baleful blood bone frame. This bone frame isn't inferior to the other 5-star extraordinary bone frames in all aspects, but it also has an effect. The more people he kills, the stronger the baleful aura. The stronger the baleful aura, the more potential he can stimulate. It is rumored that he has already killed over 1,000 people and every one of them was a martial artist with a similar cultivation level as him. Have you killed more than 1,000 people? Even though everyone had been motivated just now, and their cowardice had been reduced to the minimum, when they heard that Li Wuxue had killed over 1,000 people, they still couldn't help but change their expressions. Compared to Li Wuxue, the number of people they had killed was probably not even a fraction of his. This is simply a murderous demon. Whitewater Sword by Tao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wujin continued, 3 meters to the right of Li Wuxue is the black fiend Leng Wuchang. Beside Leng Wuchang is the white fiend Gao Chou. The two of them are known as the black and white fiend duo and are proficient in joint attacks. Their individual strength is already able to easily kill a first-level Earth Realm martial artist. When they work together, their strength will increase by 2 folds. Their reputation in the Heaven Fiend sect isn't inferior to Li Wuxue. Claw Ghost Zheng Xian cultivates the Heaven Fiend sect's most difficult mystic class low-tier claw art, the Netherworld Ghost Claw. It is rumored that among the Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, only 3 of them have cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Claw to the trance stage. 2 of them are direct disciples and have incomparably valiant strength. It is rumored that they aren't inferior to Li Wuxue, but they are wary of Li Wuxue's identity. The last one is the Heaven Fiend sect's major clan, the Yen clan's most outstanding prodigy, Yan Qinggu. This girl's strength might not be comparable to Li Wuxue's black and white fiend duo and claw ghost Zheng Xian, but she has the greatest potential because she has a 6-star bone frame. What Li Wuxue? What black and white fiend duo? What claw ghost Zheng Xian? Everyone was frowning as they listened. From Zhao Wujin's words, everyone vaguely knew that Li Wuxue wasn't any weaker than Mad Saber Duan Hai. While the black and white fiend duo might be slightly weaker individually, but if they worked together, they would probably surpass Li Wuxue. Apart from that, this claw ghost Zheng Xian wasn't any weaker than Li Wuxue either. Just these 4 individuals were enough to prove that the Heaven Fiend sect's prodigies were stronger than any of the 3 major sections. This was the consensus of everyone. But when they found out that Yan Qinggu was a 6-star bone frame, everyone was still stunned. What kind of concept was a 6-star bone frame? No one didn't know. If a 4-star bone frame was already considered a prodigy, a 5-star bone frame was considered a first-rate prodigy, while a 6-star bone frame was considered a generational prodigy. Since the establishment of the Azure Water sect, apart from the first-generation sect patriarch who was a 6-star bone frame, there had never been another 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame had the hope of surpassing the reincarnation realm and reaching an even higher realm. At that realm, a single individual was equivalent to a sect. A single individual was enough to suppress an entire sect. Anyone who dared to disobey would be eliminated. The Heaven Fiend sect is too fearsome. The Mountain Creek Sword, Luo Yishan muttered. It is indeed a fearsome sect. Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. Li Fuchen could imagine what kind of threat Yan Qinggu would pose to the 3 major sects once she matured. His eyes turning cold, Zhao Wujin said, "So, I request for all of you. If you meet this girl, try your best to kill her. Whoever kills her will be rewarded with 3 million contribution points and the exchange privileges will be upgraded to inner sect elder class. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can basically redeem anything." The threat of a 6-star bone frame was too great. A few decades later, if the Azure Water sect was to be annihilated, it would probably be in the hands of this girl. Grand Elder, Don't worry. I will kill this girl. Even though Yan Qinggu had exceptional looks and Lu Wuhuang was tempted, but if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yan Qinggu. As long as he had the ability, he could get any woman he wanted. 3 million contribution points to exchange privileges with an inner sect elder was a huge temptation to him. Just like the Azure Water sect, the Grand Elders of the Violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect also gave out kill orders to their disciples. As long as they killed Yan Qinggu, they would be rewarded handsomely. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With such a demonic talent, it won't be easy for her to mature. Li Fuchen felt a huge pressure in his heart. He didn't know if he would receive such treatment in the future. After all, his soul spirit talent was too terrifying. He was obviously a normal bone frame, but had a perception that surpassed a 5-star bone frame. If his soul spirit turned pale blue, it would be at least 2 folds more fearsome. This 100 herbs hidden domain is an opportunity. I need to grow faster. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that he had already become a thorn in the eyes of the 3 sections. In the information from the 3 sects, Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, and Xiao Libi were all noteworthy targets and must be killed on sight. Even Yuan Tian was blacklisted. No matter what, he was still a 5-star bone frame. But he was still young. If he was 1 or 2 years older, he wouldn't be any weaker than Lu Wuhuang. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.